Tru-Mon show. Where's Ivar? Where's Ali? Jennifer's coming later. More, right? I was just texting you.
Yeah, I had some problems.
Technical problems. Everybody have technical issues today with the Hangout. Even Ali is gonna be late a bit.
Oh, because I was trying it 4 times, and then I think I tried again and again and again and again and again.
Okay, welcome to the Tru-Mon show.
Yeah, we're here.
We're on. No, Ali's gonna be late a bit. He had some technical issue with his webcam, and his someone went to get him something. And Jennifer's gonna be late also because she had something to do with her mother. Her mother's getting treatment for cancer, but outside of her home, so...
Oh, is that Ramona?
Huh?
Ramona?
Ramona?
Yeah, I saw some posts of her and with the name Ramona came across sometimes, so maybe...
Yeah, but she's gonna share her story with us. No?
Oh, cool.
Yeah, no, oh, that's nice what you have there. Nice setup.
Yeah, but you can see the screen, huh?
Yeah, you see it.
Yeah, but you can't read it.
But it's hardly readable.
Yeah, that's crazy. So, that's because of the light, different light, frequency stuff.
I was just reading something on Facebook. Moon rock given to Holland by Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin is fake.
Yeah, for sure. We know that.
I was thinking about you.
Oh yes, Holland is crazy. You know, I get the notifications on my phone, and it was the last 2 days. There were also hostage somewhere in Mali, and they have given a code red to Brussels, because that's the fucking headquarters of Europe. Everything is controlled from there.
But
and they put a code red, something that they are afraid for attacks and something like that. Terrorist attacks.
Yeah, imagine us. We don't even watch TV, and we get news, but from Facebook and stuff like that. But it's still there. The vibes are getting to us. The bad vibes, the propaganda vibes that they spread. It gets to us because we get it through Facebook and that, and it's important because you have to shine the light on the darkness if you want the world to have some kind of light at one day. So it's important still to shine. But imagine people that are on TV permanently, man, plugged in with the Babylonian plug inside the head. Yesterday I was reflecting on that. I was going for a walk with my wife at the back, and I was looking at inside the people's home just to see, not to be nosy, but just as a survey, doing a survey in the neighborhood to see who watched TV, and just to it's unbelievable. Everybody's on that freaking device. But I think the world might start to change once we start unplugging from all those Babylonian control way that they have to control us. Once we unplug from that, we unplug the TV, unplug the magazines, then all the freaking bad vibes at one point, you get the point. But people are so brainwashed on TV and magazines. And I was reading something, and that's why I'm talking about that is because the video I'm making now is down the rabbit hole. And the thing is about pretty much everything. All the teenagers are indoctrinated. You know, it's sick today to see the teenagers going. Like there's teenagers that go around and I'm sure in Holland is the same. Here, we feel it too in Montreal for sure. There's little teenagers acting like gangsters. They think they're in downtown LA and the big thing. Like, but go in downtown LA and tell me how is it. Come back from there, see if you're gonna be as tough as you are when you were in your little uptown in England or uptown Holland or uptown Montreal or anywhere in the world that's where not the cost of living, but where the uptown, like people that come from high places. I don't know how to call them too much. The Babylonian brainwashed people.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, it's crazy. It's
yeah, that's my new poster that you made me.
What, that one?
At the back, yeah. That's why I said. That's why I put that on. I said, "Rise and shine your light," because down the rabbit hole, we know we've been programmed. But you know, I was reflecting today on that. I'm recording now, just so we're gonna post all this. It's natural. Like I said, people are gonna see that it's just natural and there's nothing. But I was reflecting yesterday on how the programming goes deep. Like what's hard, I find, Ivar, is to undo the program that we've been programmed into. Because once you start getting in touch with reality, like we're doing, you feel like you're the one outside of reality because everybody's brainwashed. But to me, the hardest part I find in all that, not that it's very hard to undo the what's have been done, but it's the programming of the subconscious mind that's hard to erase. And I mean, it's so much there, like from birth. From birth, we are programmed. We are programmed to accept certain doctrines, certain facts, certain stuff. And even with the cartoons that we watch when we're like, all this is still very much imprinted in my subconscious. Like, it's not something that I can get rid of just like that. And that's why I go out every day and make videos, and I read like that, and I make now that series of video to really get into the deprogramming state. Like, it's like I'm deprogramming myself from what I've been programmed. And that's what is important, because we have to unlearn everything we have been taught, everything we have learned, we must unlearn. So very, very important to that's why. Yeah. Oh, Ali is on. Welcome to the Tru-Mon show, my brother.
Man is from video.
Just set this up, and I'll be good.
Yeah, Ali's doing his setup. No, anyway. So great vibes, and that's it. Important to shine the light down the rabbit hole. So my friend Ali from Toronto is there, from Mississauga, Ontario.
He's setting up.
But that's only the land where he is. He's from everywhere. It's like me. I'm a man from everywhere. Like Canada. Yeah, I'm born in Canada, but that's the land of my birth. I had to be born somewhere, or I would have drowned. So I needed to be born on some kind of land, right?
I think I'm gonna get my neighbor or something, because now it's like unequal. It's 2 from Canada and 1 from La Payba.
Yeah, you need some off. You need some backup. Oh, Ali is bright now. Oh, that's a new Ali completely since the last hangout we had together. Like the last time he was a bit in the dark. Like now he's coming out, he's shining bright. That's great. Great stuff. So, what's up, my brother?
Not much. Just trying to get the technical setup, and I'm here.
That's great. Yeah, the vibes were high yesterday, my friend, eh?
Cool.
Hey, Ali?
Say what?
I said the vibes were high last night.
Oh yeah.
After
is amazing, man.
After the launch of the trailer. I was like, okay, when is the launch? When is he gonna come with the trailer? And I'm like, okay, now it's launch time, Facebook time. And I'm like, me and Ali just went freaking crazy, but we love it. Me, that's what I love, Ali. That's what I was writing in my message, is I love to see the vibes go up like that in a conversation on Facebook when you keep on and on. You know, the worst is not about the like. We don't do this about the freaking like. I can care less about the like, but it's about, waking up people. So it's not about the like.
Yeah.
But great vibes.
So Ali, you got a new webcam?
I borrowed my mom's phone basically. So.
You look very.
I got a new laptop, but the webcam works perfect, but the microphone wasn't working. And then my cell phone I can't find it anymore, but it was one of those things where I had everything set up, but I needed a backup plan. So I got my backup plan, so I'm here.
That's great. Jennifer should be joining us anytime soon. She was a bit delayed, but I said no problem. I understand the situation. She's, like I said before. So she's gonna join us, and she wrote a novel too about the flat Earth. So she's gonna talk. Yeah, she's gonna talk to us about that and a lot of stuff. Like, but Yeah, and I was looking at I just want to share my thoughts a bit while we. But first of all, I think we should, just for the people that maybe watch the Hangout or something, maybe, but we'll wait for Jennifer for that, like to introduce not ourselves, because it's not about introducing myself. It's we are
Right,
one,
exactly.
so it's not. But I mean how I came in, how that awakening of my soul came in contact. How did my soul awakening happen with the flat? Coming on that show, starting that show, what brought us to start that show today? Why are we here? You know, why are we here? That's what I want us to share a bit our thoughts on that, and but we'll wait for Jennifer to join us, and maybe we can just for the benefit of the people that could be watching the Hangout. Like I know, yeah. It's great stuff.
I'm just getting set up, but I'm listening to you.
Yeah.
I'm listening. I just want to make sure it's nice. So
I already made a list too of people that we're gonna invite, and like I take that very, very. We're gonna blow that up. Like I think that there's, like we said before, and there's something missing inside that flat Earth. I don't like to call it movement because it's not. I think we are one. There's one consciousness, so it's not a like flat Earth movement. Okay, call it flat Earth movement if you want to, but I don't really attach to any movement or anything. I have very big problem believing in anything anymore, so I don't attach too much. But yeah, flat Earth movement if you want. But there's something missing in there, and that's what we've been saying for a while.
Yeah, for sure.
A bit of like,
few
I don't
months
know.
ago, I talked to a friend of mine, and I talked to him about flat Earth. So I made a joke, and I said to him like, "So how is it for you to know a flat Earther?" But that was just like 6, 7, 8 months ago, and I can't remember actually what time it was, but I'm not considering myself a flat Earther.
But
I think that's a stupid word. It's, again, another trait.
But it's a tag. It's a tag, like I've been saying on the video previously on my channel. I said, when you call me a flat earther, it's like you put a tag on me or something. Like I'm a spiritual being having a human experience. This is it. That is all. And the rest, I don't know. Like I'm infinite in time. I'm infinite in. I don't know. I can't really attach to any kind of political or religious or whatever doctrine you want. Like, I don't know. I'm a man of humanity. I'm came here to do something for humanity, but I have a sense of mission also. Once you develop that sense of mission towards the goal you want to achieve or towards anything you want to achieve in life, I'm a lot into motivation and stuff like that, but that's what I like. I like to be motivated. I like to motivate myself and inspire people, and that's what it's all about. Inspire each other, each one teach one. But yeah, there's something missing in that thing, in that movement, if we can call it like that. It's a bit, we need a little bit more consciousness, a little bit less bashing, and a little bit more uplifting of each other, and that's it. I think we have to rise as one, but it's time for us to rise it up. If we don't rise it up, like me, I always say, be the change, be the light you want to see in the world. Well, I saw there was something missing in the flat earth YouTube hangout stuff. So I said, okay, I'm going to be the change. I'm going to be the light with Ivar, with Eli, with other people, because I'm not alone. No man is an island. No man stand alone. So I cannot do this alone. I cannot, like, you know, you put a bee alone. Are you afraid of one bee alone? No, but put 1,000,000 bees together. They're going to run. But that's what we have to become. We have to unite like the bees, man. We have to become like 1,000,000 bees. But for that, we have to come together, and that's the way to do it, which is good, the flat earth. And the whole consciousness stuff, it brings us together, and it brings us to another dimension that I've never thought possible that could happen in my life just going back 6-7 months ago. I never thought I would be here with you guys, but I've thought about it like at the beginning of my awakening 2 years ago, but never thought that I would be in contact with so many great people, great souls like Ali, Ivar, and Jennifer, and all kinds of people that's going to join us along the ride, which is going to be a wild ride because we're going to take this to a great, great level. Me, I'm on fire. Me, people that watch my videos, the way I talk now is the way I am. Sometimes I rant, sometimes I talk, sometimes I'm calm, but I am that I am, and that's who I am, and that's it. But anyway, we're gonna have a great time with those Hangout. It's just something that was meant to happen in our life. It's not something like Jah Guide. I believe Jah Guide us, so he's guiding us to do that. And we're going to take this to another level altogether. Together as one. Together as one. Together as one. You want to see the world change like we all talk. We want to see a change in the world. Nobody's eager to live a better life. Like everybody wants to have a better life, to see the world and have a better place to live and all that. This is our earth, this is our place. But now we've gave our power away, we've gave everything away to those psychopath people in power. And look what happened. The world is becoming a mad place. There's confusion and illusion all over the freaking place. It's insane. It's insane. Again in Paris and this and that. It doesn't stop, man. They're just going to make it bigger, bigger, and bigger because they see that we're seeing the truth like we're doing today. We're shining more and more. So now they're going to come and they're going to just blow it up bigger and bigger. Anyway, go ahead, guys. I'll let you go a bit because I'm not going to stop.
I see Ali working.
I'm just making sure this thing is short. There we go. So I don't have any problems once this thing wants to. Well, we already started, so.
Yeah, you're set up.
I'm set up now. There we go.
That's great.
You're sitting down.
Yeah, sure. There we go.
You look very clear, man.
Oh no, you're in HD too. It's just when the screen switched for Ellie, I get him in HD.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, maybe,
no, he's gone, Eddie.
You can't see me, can you?
No, I can't see you now.
Yeah, maybe,
And you turn blue.
You're turning blue. You got the blues.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Great stuff. Anyway, so this is it, guys. We got it. It's time for us to rise it up, and that's where we are. That's why we're here today to try to bring those vibes up. I think it's very, very important to shine our light each other, to just speak and shine our light and speak your mind. Like I say in my video, it's not complicated. Me, I just come here and speak my mind. I'm not nervous anymore. I'm not like at the beginning, yeah, for sure. Once you start opening your heart and you start exposing yourself to the world, you're going to be a bit nervous. I remember the first time I posted a picture of Bob Marley on Facebook where I was like, what people going to think of me? And now I can't fucking care less, man. I post picture of Peter Tosh smoking a big fucking joint. Do you think I fucking care, man? The world is upside down. The world is in a big maze of illusion, of confusion, of like it's never. And you know what's the worst, Ivar? You know what's the worst? Is people don't know. And people don't even know that they don't know. That's the thing. There's things that we're going to talk about here today that people are not even aware. They don't even know that they live in an illusion. That's the worst.
No, because if you're like acting out or just acting or being something different that's outside their box.
Oh yeah.
And where we are is not. There's no box.
No, that's it.
There's no box at all, so it's not. Hey, Ali's back. The man's back for the second time.
He's fine tuning the shuttle.
I'm good. I got my phone charging, so the battery's not gonna run out, and I got a position in the right spot. So for the show, ready to roll.
ready to rock and roll.
Cool.
That's great.
Listen to everything you said, and you know what? I was just thinking that yesterday about labeling ourselves as flat earthers. It's kind of on one level it's good because we're trying to promote something that's we find is true, and we're trying to break people off the spell that they're under. But a lot of people feel like that if you're a flat earther and someone's not a flat earther, that we're somehow better than them or something like that. And when it gets to that point, then I just chill out and say, hey, you know what? You're right. It doesn't matter whether the earth is flat or round. On that level, it doesn't matter. What matters is, can I communicate with you? Do we understand, like oneness and peace and so ideally the best thing is if people can just recognize the truth in religion and in politics and medicine and in science, because like the flat earth is a big lie. I mean, sorry, the globe theory. I mean, it would be nice if they told us this is just a freaking theory, we don't fucking know. But they don't do that. They tell us they know that it's wrong. And that's so I'm just there where if someone is talking to me logically and saying that they're scientists or they believe in the scientific method, and if they deny the flat earth, then I'm like, hold on, you believe in speculative reasoning. Because I had someone on Facebook recently on the comments tell me, you're not showing me mathematical equations. I want to see equations. I'm like, what does the equation have to do with line of sight test? I mean, that's common sense. I mean, you can write an equation for that. I'm sure you can, but the way the person was, they want to see like these big Einstein equations, which they probably can't even read or understand. No. So I'm trying to think, people are so into they're looking at me and saying, who are you? Because I give them the 200 proofs. I show them the documentary, and they're like, this is all conjecture. I want some mathematical equations. I'm like, most of those equations on gravity and all those things are just equations. They're never been proven. They're theorems, right? Yeah. Like unless there's some practical use for those equations, I can just write some stuff and say, yeah, this means this, this means that, this means this.
Yeah, it's the same.
Right? Like,
it's just the same, but the thing is, it's the old paradigm, it's the mathematics, it's the measuring, and if in the flat earth movement they're gonna try to find the answer by mathematics and equations and stuff like that, then it's their realm. It's the old paradigm. For the flat earth, it's just a word. It's a tool. It's something that changes our perception, or I mean, even starts our perception for the first time in a lot of centuries of years. So it has nothing to do with mathematics, because if we're gonna do research and stuff like that, we're gonna end up being just the same. And I do feel that the flat earth has nothing to do with measuring. It's nothing to do with proving anything. It's like it's like exploring with child eyes, with new eyes, back to our pre-identity, our true nature, our power, take our power back in that way. And then we can explore with our own true senses what reality is or could be, because we can create it right now. Every moment is fresh and new, so we can just create it and write the script ourselves now. And that's what's going on, and it's not by equations or mathematical fucking stupid I don't know. That's the fantasy.
One thing you made something flash in my head about the programming and all that, and how since we're very, very young the programming took place. There's one thing that really still stick to my head, in my mind, is the moon. The moon being spherical. Like, I have I know I'm reading about it, I'm doing videos about it, even on YouTube and everything, but I still have problem to see it as a flat facing down disc. Like, that's what Mark Knight said, it would be a flat facing down disc, but it's all the programming deep that I don't know, man, how long it's gonna take to undo that programming that I've been brainwashed with. But if people think they're not programmable, get news for them. Because I'm doing 700 videos on YouTube and I still have the programming, so.
Yeah, it's still there. It's there in the back, and we have to get rid of it as soon as possible. And that's by not being in our mind. We have to be out of our mind, or at least knowing that it's our mind that's controlling all that. So, but what I do experience concerning the moon, it's like just tonight I drove home and I saw the moon because it's dark in Holland already, and I saw the moon. And what I do experience as I'm waking up even more than I was before, the moon becomes closer and closer and closer. It's like it's right there. Yeah. And it's not like I know that it's not. What is it? 270,000 miles. But in a spiritual way, everything becomes clearer and closer to your consciousness or your awareness or something. And I'm like, it's right there. I can almost, like Jim Carrey in Bruce Almighty.
Yeah. But yesterday I was looking at the moon too, and I saw the same thing. I said, it's so close. I said, how can it be so big, so far? I can almost grab it. Like, it's in the sky. It's right there. Like, I have problem picturing that it's that far. It's that, I don't know. I have problem with the mathematics, all the numbers, and because to me, everything is consciousness. So it's hard to put numbers or interpret those numbers. Anyway, me, I go by with my heart, from the heart or not at all.
Yeah. So, but we have to deal with our eyes, these cameras, and I don't know if there are actually limitations to our sight, how far or whatever we can see, what frequencies we can, decode. So I'm feeling lately like, okay, maybe it's possible. I know everything is possible, but I do experience that if you get more awake, more aware, more conscious, then it could be possible that maybe the blocking system, that is the controlled mind, is maybe opening up, and maybe then we're either able to see more frequencies, so that it could be possible that what I experience, that I actually see the moon closer, and it's not that I'm aware of the lies that they're telling us for so many centuries, but it's actually more like an experience. It's like you feel it and you see it. So that is not only because that the numbers are wrong, but I feel that it's also because you're more conscious. So maybe if you get that the blocking system that's in our mind, you can call it mind control or whatever. I believe that it's opening up more if you're not identified so much with your mind, and then maybe you'll be able to see more and experience it. Because I feel you, man. I mean, the moon is like, it's just like there, man.
It's like it's right up there.
How far of the measuring, but just like the experience. And because you know it, I know it, most of the people know it, that they never actually looked at the moon or felt it. It was like, okay, the school books, it was like, it's a round ball.
Yeah.
It's far away.
Story closed. End of the deal. This is what it is. They told us what they found out. This is what it is. And you have to deal with it. But, this is the part that I look at it. And even like Mark Knight says that the moon would be self-illuminated, and self-illumination and de-illumination. Like the phases of the moon is caused by her. Like she goes through phases of illumination and de-illumination. And it's very hard, and it makes sense. Just we go on the topic about the moon. I don't know, we're talking about the moon now. But me, I love watching the moon at night. Me, I love going outside and watch the moon. You know why? Because the moon, you can stare at it for hours and hours, and your eyes will never be affected, just your state of mind, your state of being might be conscious, affected a bit. You might become a lunatic after a while. But I mean, the light is not gonna affect you like the sunlight is gonna affect you. You cannot stare at the sun unless you have glasses. No? But that's what I like about watching the moon. No?
Yeah, but I don't know. Maybe we can. I mean, maybe we've been for generations long. It's in our DNA or whatever that our bodies are prepared to. With the information that's inside of us for centuries that we're not supposed to look at the sun because they're saying it every time.
By me, I go by feelings too. When you look at the sun, you can we can all feel that it's burning something inside. I see spots after, like
yeah, but it's all frequencies in a way, and so I think if there's something that we have to do research for or explore.
Yeah.
We only in that matter we only need the truth of what the moon is or the sun. It doesn't matter. We only need one or just one so-called star. If we know what that is, then we know everything. But I'm not gonna go researching because I'm not a scientific. Yeah, I'm a scientist I'm a spiritual scientist.
Spiritual scientist. I like that.
With mathematicals, that maybe comes in hand, but I see mathematics the same as a calendar. It's not real. It doesn't exist. It only appears to exist through the perception of our minds. But it's not true, it's not real. It cannot be, it's not physically possible.
Most fear that we have or that we feel, okay, there's fear that are legitimate, don't get me wrong. If a guy show up at the end of the street with a gun coming to kill me, that's legitimate fear, I'll run.
No,
but I mean, there's fear that you shouldn't have, and people have so much and they let those fear control their everyday life. Like, their whole lives dictated by fear. Dictated by fear. They live in fear. Fear of losing your job, fear of the kids not making it at school, fear of losing your home, of not making it to the end of the month, fear of everything. They don't live in the now because they live in fear.
Yeah, that's just a lack of consciousness, because a lack of knowledge, because they see everything as fear, but they don't know that there is fear and there's danger. And few people know, of course, fight, freeze, fight response. But so they don't even recognize if it's fear or if it's real danger. And if it's real danger, then you have your own intuitive, natural, instinctive reaction mechanism that will react to if it's really danger. And then you should only be not aware, or you should be aware of, is that am I going to freeze? Am I going to fight? Or am I going to fight? And Ali is back, and he is coming back, and he's gone.
And he is in and out.
He's back.
And he goes in and out.
I just had to change the settings so no one can call in. So I blocked the calls.
Oh, okay. He had people calling in while you were doing your video call.
Okay, I'm pretty sure there won't be any more disruptions. Pretty sure. But yeah, the mood is really interesting. I must say, like, there's so many theories about it in the flat community, but I'm not even bothered about it because I like to just look at the moon. It looks beautiful, and whatever I take from that, I take from that. I don't know. All I know is it doesn't seem like it's like what they tell us, like a real physical, like a planet, like a round ball type of thing.
That we all agree.
It doesn't look like that.
Yeah.
No, and
it doesn't look like that.
I said before, when you both were gone or out of my sight, I said okay, if we have to do the exploring or the research about what it is we're really experiencing, Earth, we only have to, if we have to do that or have to go that way, we only need one object. We only need to know what the moon is, or the sun, or the so-called stars. And then we probably get more answers, and so we don't have to find out everything. If we only know what the moon is, and that's a big mystery through all the centuries, then we probably get the answers, or by spiritual awakening, whatever, of everything. But I don't think, if we're going to do that, try to research what it is, being scientific, I do feel that we're not going to get anywhere.
No, we're just turning around. We're just turning around, trying, what's the point? Okay, that's it. Once you come in contact with the information, okay, you might want to check for yourself with your camera, if you can really bring back the boat into focus but I mean, to pass your whole life trying to prove that the earth is flat, like I told you this morning, it would have been done before. Like, we're not the first one to come in contact with that information. Like, it's been out forever. Everybody knew the earth was flat 500 years ago. We've been indoctrinated by those psychopaths for the last 500 years. But before that, they all knew it was flat. Like, it wasn't something weird. But nowadays, people think it's a weird thing, the flat earth. But it's flat. It's flat. It's a fact. You look at it, it looks flat to me. It looks flat. I look around and I see it flat. So why am I gonna lie to myself saying it's round? No. I'm gonna go, and that makes me laugh, because people think what government are not gonna lie to you about the shape of the earth, but that they're gonna lie about other stuff. It's like, come on, wake up, people. They're lying about everything. They're a bunch of freaking liars, and that's what they do. They lie. They're professional psychopath liars. They take pride and joy in it. And that's what people don't get me. That's what I laugh at. I laugh at it now because the world is so strange. Like, I knew at 16-year-old when I started to awake to that old thing with Bob Marley and the Babylon system. And right there, I knew there was something wrong in the world. Hey, man, there's something terribly wrong. And people, there's people that don't even know. I feel sad, guys. I feel sad for people that live their whole life with the TV and the newspaper, and they die without knowing the true nature of the reality they live in. I feel sad for those people, and some of my close family is like that. Wow.
So let me ask you guys one simple question.
Yeah, go ahead.
What would it take for you, or whoever is watching, to believe the actual shape or world we live in? Is it going to be somebody who tells you that it is? When or who are you going to believe? We can only experience it or know by our own experience. So we question everything. So if some guy comes along now and said, this is it, are you going to believe him? So what would it take? Where are we going?
If there's been a psyop in place with the globe, there's a psyop in place with the flat earth. Also, don't be blind. Don't be blind by not seeing the freaking thing. It's happening. I see it every day on YouTube, on Facebook. There is a psyop in place to keep people in low vibration. That's for sure. I'm not stupid. I see it. I see it. I'm French, but I'm not fucking dumb. I see things, man. Because before people tell me I'm French, not French, I am that I am.
Ali, what would it take for you to believe more the actual truth of where we live?
Okay, this is how I approach it, and I gotta give Eric Dubé credit for this, right? Now he goes by as Michael, whatever, right? Eric.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, he's hard. It's hard to put a name on him now.
I stopped watching his interviews since the last 2 months, but when I first got into the knowledge of the flat earth, like the awakening, I watched all his interviews, right? And so what he said basically was that we just use the data that they give us to disprove theory. That's one thing that he's doing. And based on simple observations, all we know from our observation is that it's flat. Now it could be we don't know, but from what we can observe, it's flat. So he's not saying it's a dome. He's not saying anything. It's almost like he's just saying, look at what you can observe.
Yeah, sure.
And
That's it. You can only your thoughts create your reality, and it's the same for the flat earth. Like if you believe you live on a square, you're gonna live on a square. Like I mean, you have to experience it through yourself, and it's like the awakening is an inside job. It's an inside job. Nobody can wake you up. You gotta wake up yourself to the reality we live in. And there's a world, there's a whole world to be discovered. Like me, that's what I happen to realize. The more I go on in my journey, is that I'm discovering a whole new world. It's a whole new world. Like it's and it's not because you discover how bad the world is. No, you discover how powerful you've been created. It's how powerful you've been created, and we all have a voice, and that's what I said in my video. I'm sorry. I have a freaking heartbeat. I fucking beat, man, like crazy, and I have a voice. I give thanks for life. That's all I do. I give thanks for life. I'm alive. I'm alive. Once I'm fucking dead in the ground, I won't be speaking like that. I'll be a star in the sky, traveling the firmament and all that. But right now, I'm here on Earth on this journey. What I'm going to do? Sit on the sideline and not try to change this madness in the world? Come on.
I'm done with that. Gone again.
Done with that.
Ali froze up.
Yeah, Ali has technical issues.
Yeah, well, he has some new stuff and devices, so probably. But he's doing it with his phone. Oh, there he is again.
Yeah, this literally the phone just shut off automatically. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, okay, maybe because of the screensaver or something setting. The screensaver setting, maybe you have to.
The entire it just rebooted. It just shut off.
Okay.
This is a brand new phone. It's a Samsung S5.
Same thing as I have. Yeah.
That's crazy. Anyways, I don't know what's happening.
Maybe it's something in settings.
No, it's probably the device at the back of the battery to trace you, man. They're trying to shut you up. Babylon is trying to shut you up, man.
I can't find. Ooh, I don't know what's going on.
No.
It is what.
It's okay.
No, but Ali, I totally agree with what Eric Dubé says about what we can see and actually can experience. But my question is, okay, so if somebody comes out and says, okay, I actually found the dome, would you believe it? And who would it be? Or
nobody. No.
No. So
yeah, that's it. Who you gonna believe?
Yeah, we're gonna believe.
You take me there, I'll believe it.
Yeah.
And even then, you can deceive my senses, right? If you drug me, you can make me believe anything. Yeah. Right? There's drugs out there that you give it to the person and he's open for suggestion or she's open for suggestion, and you can literally take them to their house, tell them, you know what, let's give me all your stuff, give me your bank account number, the password. So it's like our senses, we can't even see the whole spectrum, right, of the visible. We can only see visible light, but there's infrared that we can't see and all that type of stuff. So I just look at it as an issue of, okay, if all of us are observing something, all of us, and we're all in a normal state of awareness, we're not drugged or anything, then we gotta come to some type of objective conclusion that, hey, there is no fucking curvature because we're measuring this shit, and we're just going by their numbers. See, we're not saying the Earth is anything. We're saying based on your numbers, it's not round. It's not a spinning ball. That's all bullshit. Based on what we observe, it's flat. That's all we're saying. And we can experience this. I mean, all the horizon, the balloon test, the line of sight test, and then density and buoyancy, it explains, the phenomenon of gravity.
For sure, there's concrete stuff that we cannot escape from, that we measure, that you come on. Okay, I agree. I see maybe what you want to get. It's about consciousness, but there's tangible stuff that we can not refute.
And not only for ideas and stuff, but based on that way of observing, the world, it's objective. We're using empirical evidence. We're not saying, you know what, I think it's a dome because the Bible says so. What the fuck is that?
Yeah, exactly.
common sense, you know, and so I'm like, hey, you know, people had common sense in those times too, and I've done a little bit of research on that, and apparently people thought the Earth, like, they really said the Earth was flat even 2,000, 3,000 years ago. That was common sense belief. There was no theory of this globe or this ball. It wasn't there. So I think we give very little credit to like the philosophers and the people way back, like Plato, all those type of people. They were not stupid people. They were really intelligent. You know? They understood psychology. They understood a lot of things. That obviously they were limited in terms of technical. Like they didn't have the tools to detect a lot of things, but they had common sense, and we don't. We're looking at that today. We just rely on what the authority tells us. And they were writing about the same stuff in his time. The whole allegory of the caves. He's telling us basically stuff was fucked up back then too, in terms of people were being brainwashed even back then. So we've been under this spell for a long
time. I've been around for a long time, my friend. I've been. Who's gonna pay reparation for my soul? I've been around for a very long time, and now it's humanity is waking up. That's the thing.
Yeah, but they just keep saying like, okay, but we are now we are evolved and we are more intelligent, and the people back then were stupid. But that's just crazy.
But imagine what they made them believe back then. They didn't have internet. They had no TV. They had no newspaper. They had nothing to almost to. But they must have had. Who knows? That's what we know again. But maybe they had something to communicate. But anyway, it would have been shown throughout history that. But I don't think they had anything. So imagine in the time of Christopher Columbus what they told people the Earth size was and the shape. They must have told them it was a square or something and they believed it, or it was the size of England and they believe it.
Yeah, but I don't even think that it really matters. It didn't even pop up in their head because it wasn't necessary at all. And our true nature, it isn't necessary. We've been learned for centuries that something has a beginning and it has an end.
Yeah, completion. There's got to be completion.
Yeah, so that's all the fixedness. And what we now is the separation. Before it was the egocentric, we are, man is nature, man, women, human beings is nature. And now it's the anthropocentric. So it's man over nature, and that's what we're seeing all around us.
Yeah, but that's it. But God gave us dominion and power over everything on the face of the earth, but we're abusing that power and that dominion we have, and we took it. We get anyway. First of all, we should wake up as people. First of all, wake up yourself. Wake your own self, your own soul. Wake up, and then the world will start to change. And start teaching your kids proper stuff. And the teachers, stop lying to the kids. That's another thing. There's so many issues, concrete issue we can discuss about that's wrong in our society, and that's right in our face. I'm not talking about occult stuff here. I'm talking about teachers lying to the kids in school. And that's not occult. It's happening every day in every school in America and pretty much everywhere around the world. So, what the heck is going on there? Why are you telling the children who live on a big blue ball? Why are you doing that? There's concrete stuff issues that we can work on to bring up that consciousness. Just to be conscious, first of all, of where you live. I don't know, it's...
Well, the truth is they are telling that, but the real truth is that they are not actually lying because they don't know anything.
But they don't know. No, but I mean the system is designed that way.
Yeah. So then individually you have to just wake up to.
Yeah, but how do you change that? That's it. If that's the whole consciousness that's affected by that, how do you come to create a change? By the way you communicate with yourself.
Yeah, for sure. And you have to, be the representative of the soul, and people will recognize. Eventually, people will recognize. They're gonna start asking questions. They see what's going on with you. Like, are you now That's what path are you on? Are you now a guru, or are you a spiritual? What is it? Or are you a vegan or whatever? And yes, I'm all that. So that's it. And so this liberation consciousness, that's what's going on, and everything that's in this way, to say it in black and white, it's like the bad things, the hunger, the pain, the suffering, and all that stuff. That's all because of the unknowing, the lack of consciousness, and so it doesn't even. In my experience, it's not really actual. Okay, don't get me wrong on this, but it's not actual somebody outside of you or somebody else that's consciously doing it. It's because we are letting it. It's because not through our own fault, but it's because we are blocked. We don't know. We're not experiencing. We're not in contact with the energy, with the divine, the source field, whatever you want to call it. So if the source field that's been proven that's around, it was, I believe, in 97 or something, and it's proven that it's there. We all know it's there. It's the reason when we can even stand up or talk to each other. That's the soul, the spirit of unconditional love. It's there, but it's like a singular thing, and it operates not personal. It doesn't have an ego. It's singular. It's just what is. And if we are beings are in contact with that, but we are not working or living by that frequency, then all the stuff that we're experiencing around us is just happening. That's our reality, because we're not aligned with what's supposed to be the way we are. And we got sidetracked from that by mind control, whatever. And so this is a great time to be alive, because now we can, like I told before, we can write our own script. We can decide what our reality is. But it only will work, or you will only experience it, if that's for the good of everyone, at the expense of no one. So that's why I have the shirt on. It's a door.
Yeah.
The active declaration of realized endearments. So uplift and nurture all life, because that's where you find yourself. Then then you don't have to seek, then you don't have to look, then all your qualities and everything you want to know, they just come to bear, They just will be there. You can see it, you can expand. You don't even have to think about it or look for it. If you find yourself, by losing yourself to the service of others, then everything, your quality, and it's almost impossible to have your own agenda. It's
No, that's it.
And it's very simple, but I'm not talking that one person is doing this. Everybody does this. Make it your main goal or thing to uplift and nurture not people only, but all life. It's just the thing, with that's what's happening. What is our purpose? Why are we here?
Exactly. Why are we here for? Why are we here for?
Yeah, and that's the thing. When you look around, for instance, we talked about that. When you take, for example, a plant, what a plant does, it's everything is frequency, but he is able, just by nature, to take in the bad stuff, the bad low frequencies, that's bad for all life, carbon dioxide, and it equilibrates it and transmutes it into something that's good for all life, oxygen and stuff like that. So I believe that's almost halfway true, that it's the same thing we have to do. We are like a relay station. We take in low vibrations or whatever, we neutralize it or equilibrate it, and emote it into something beautiful. It's in a high vibration. So we are, in a way, we're also a relay station. But the only thing that what is happening with us is that our mind is blocking that. Because I'm pretty sure, that the plant is not thinking like, oh man, there's coming a lot of carbon dioxide, shit, I have to neutralize it. No, it's just a natural way. And that's what we're detached from from the actual meaning of life, of what we're doing here, because we cannot be separate from nature. And if that's the case, then that's a whole nother story for another podcast.
That's it.
But,
I don't think and that's the same thing for the cost of living. We're the only species that have to pay to live on this plane. I don't think a bird worry about the cost of living.
Oh.
Same thing. I don't think they worry too much about the stuff we worry about. So humans make stuff up and they believe it. That's the worst. They make stuff up and they believe it.
All the stories, it's the religion, it's the stuff like I talked about last time. It's like, you know, you either you believe you're living in a friendly world, or you believe you're living in a hostile world. Because either one you believe, that's what you're gonna get, guaranteed.
For sure, I agree.
Because you know that people around you, they go like, oh, this is bad and that is bad and I hate that and that person this and that. And if that's your belief, that's what you're gonna see. That's what you're gonna attract. That's your vibration. And the vibration is always communicating with each other. So that's what your light is. So it's so I think the flat Earth. There's the flat Earth again. It's just it's a big, great tool. It's boosting us. But it's still, in a way, a tool, and I like and I love it to see people do experiments because it gives another side of the story that we've been lied to about. I mean, lied or not yet, disinformation. So I like it, and I do, heads up for them. I admire that. But for me, my personal experience, I think it's not the way, but we'll see. I think everything helps. But I can't deny what I experience, and I truly feel that has nothing to do with measuring things. And I think if we get more conscious and we get rid of our controlled mind, and we use the mind where it's actually for, and not fantasized or simulating realities in fear that are not there, they don't exist, we're trapped. You know, our past is stealing. The now is got stealed away from the past or the future, and the future and the past just doesn't exist. It's only now, and so there are those stories that keep us sidetracked and keep us in fear and keep us away from what we are. And I will always.
We're constantly bombarded with distractions and entertainment and all kinds of stuff to keep us out of focus.
Yeah.
People have no time to think these days. They have no time to think. They have too much bills, too much stuff with the kids, too much homework for the kids, too much. They're too busy, man. Too busy to think. I started to think I was 40 years old. Before that, I was working so much, I had no time to think.
I think I'm gonna think about Jennifer now. Jennifer.
Yeah, where's Jennifer? Yeah, she should be on soon.
Telepathic.
Let's send vibes.
Yeah, I really agree with everything I've already said. You know, I could put it a different way, but it's pretty much the same thing. I'm on the same understanding that basically the way I see it is, like the reason we're in this mess of this ego, this identity, this concept of how do you say it? This concept of deserving something or entitlement. We live in an entitlement world where you did me wrong, so I'm suing you. That type of world. The reason we got into this type of world is because very few people did the thinking for the rest of us. So every system that we follow is a few people got together and said, let's create a system, and everyone just falls in line. So my thing is, the flat earth is my tool to just put it out there in a way that is scientific and get people to think for themselves. Once they start thinking for themselves, they'll be on a level where say, who cares if it's flat or not? Right? That's fine, but you have to first start critically thinking to get to that level.
Yeah. Where does rebellion start?
They just believe whatever science tells them. And that's why I have a problem with that. You're believing in stuff, and then you're pointing the finger at like different countries, when you don't understand this is a whole game. Like these guys are just playing a game, right? Yeah. It's nothing serious for them. They'll cause a problem here so that they can sell weapons there. They don't take anything personally. We take it personally. They don't fucking take it personally. It's just business for them. Yeah. So when people start understanding this, then they can say, hold on, you know what? Then they can say, okay, I want to be part of the system, which is their choice. You want to be part of the system, be part of it. Or they can say, no, you know what? I don't want that for my kids. I want, to get with some conscious people and say, hey, you know what? Let's find a solution, a peaceful one. Let's go get some land and let's just, live our dream in the forest without bills to pay, just, enough food and water and the whole community working together, like a tribal system. And that's what I want. So I can only talk about myself. I can't force people to do this or do that. That's the matrix, right? They do that to you.
Yeah, they do that to you.
Just think for themselves. You can leave anytime you want. You can come back. There's no marriage. There's common sense. There's no marriage contracts. I mean, these type of things are given to us. Like, who told us about a marriage contract? I mean, that's given to us. It's a law, right? So once you sign that contract, now there's a lot of things involved that you might not be aware of. Like,
you know what I told my wife, what the marriage was? I told her, I said a marriage is a sex slave trade. She got mad at me. She said, yeah, all you think about sex. I said, okay, I'll shut up. But it's a sex slave trade. What is marriage? Why we get married? Like, I believe in union. I believe in finding your soulmate and that, and having best friend. And I don't know. Yeah, for sure, there's gonna be something in, like, you don't have the same. Like, I wouldn't see myself jumping from girl to girl all the time and developing. It's hard to develop a deep relationship with because love. What is love in between two person? I think it's something that grows with time. Like, I don't love my wife the same way today as when I met her. It's not the same. When I met her, it was the lust. But now it's more love. Like, it's love. Like, but love, it's who you are. So once you find who you are, it's very easy to love another person, and for me, it's very easy to open my heart towards someone else and really express myself in a way that she can really get where my feelings are and all that. So no, for sure, but we have a good relationship. Like, I'm very happy in my marriage. There's no problem there. But yeah, sometimes I bring her stuff like that. She doesn't maybe appreciate too much, but
don't get
women are more sensitive a bit.
Don't get me, and I think that counts for a lot of people. Don't get me started on love, because
love. Let's talk about love. Let's talk about love.
Let's wait till we get a woman.
Yeah, we're waiting for Jennifer. No, but let's talk about love. Honestly, what love? Love is a big word. Love is who we are. Love is who we are. Love is what we have to shine on this world. It's love at the end of everything. That's what's left is love. We gotta go back to love. We gotta go back to love as a human race, a human consciousness, or whatever. We gotta go back to love. It's imperative. We gotta show more love. We gotta show more love. We have to be the change, be the light, be the change, be the light. Whether you're gonna shine the light just a little bit or a lot, but shine the light you have inside. You've been creative. You've been blessed. You've survived millions of sperm. You've been chosen for this great work. And nobody can do it for you. You're a miracle at start. But
yeah, that's it.
You gotta shine the light.
We are all bad, but we're just busy thinking we're not.
Yeah,
and that's the mind.
But that's the mind, and that's their game. That's what their game is to keep us in that eggshell of not shining the light. Like me, come on, I've never been on YouTube before. It's not something I've done all my life. But at one point in my life, I realized that the life was more than working 9 to 5 or 9 to 9 in my case. It was more 9 to 9 and come home at 10 and have 2 hours for myself watching videos on YouTube or whatever, and then go to bed and get back up to work for like it was nonstop, 6-7 days a week. So you have no time. You have no time to think. You don't even have time to know who you are. Like I discovered who I was at 40 years old. Hello. Okay, some people are gonna say, yeah, it's your problem. It's you that you are where you are in life for no reason. Like nobody is responsible for me. I'm responsible for my action, but it's me that. But I mean, there's people that will never wake up to in their life. Thank God it's flat. TGIF. Thank God it's flat, and I woke up. At least I woke up. I woke up, and now I'm sharing my voice and the voice of others. Like Jennifer wrote a super nice text. Guys, have you seen the video I made?
Yeah.
Oh, so nice, so nice. And I give Jah the glory first. I give God the glory for uniting us all like that and giving us the strength to shine the light. I give God the glory at start. But I give also Jennifer a big thumb up because, wow, man, that was a text and a half. And I redid those videos twice because the first time I found there wasn't enough energy. I had to bring it up a bit more, so I redid it a second time. But it's the first time in 700 videos that I redo my video twice. Like that I watch it and I delete it and go back outside and redo it again. Like I've never done this, but for her I said, I gotta put more sauce. I gotta put more sauce on it. And so, but it's a pleasure sharing those vibes. It's me, I love those hangout, those getting together like that. It's great. And we're gonna have more and more people, different people. Like a lot of people's been manifesting in the last day on Facebook and all that. With Ellie, with me, with. But yeah, we're gonna make like me, what I want with this, our first goal, I think unconsciously or consciously, is we're giving permission to others to shine their light also. Unconsciously, we're giving permission to others to do the same. And this is what happened when you work with the divine, through the divine, in a divine way in your life. You give permission to others to shine their own light. And that's what we are in a stage of human evolution. We have to start shining a bit more because the world is in a bad shape. It's very dark. There's a lot of evil stuff happening. It's very easy to close your eyes and remain in your illusion. Very easy to close my eyes and say, oh, I'll go back in my comfort zone and I'm going to ignore it. But come on. Am I alone here? Is it about me or it's about us? What the fuck am I here for on earth? Just for me? Just for me? No, I'm not here for myself. And that's what I want people to realize. That's why I make so many videos. That's why I'm going to make 1 million videos on YouTube. At one point, they're going to get the point. That it's not about one individual. It's about the whole consciousness.
And I totally agree with Ali. I mean, with Flat Earth and it's a way, it's a device to get people awake and stuff like that. But then again, made me think this morning of Jennifer, that the great words she put out, that you read on your video. That's great. But there was an experiment also by people, and they were going on the street and they were interviewing people and like, okay, if you have the opportunity, if you have a mic, that's why I have to think that thought about Jennifer. If you had a mic and a camera and you can talk to the world right now, what would you say? So, a lot of people went like, oh, Jesus is alive and true love and happiness and stuff like that. But you, in a way, now it may be, I know, Ali, I understand, you're absolutely right, but the thing we are truly feeling, it's always on. So what you're aware of and you know what is true, it's always on. So you don't,
that was Jennifer.
You don't have to use a microphone or a camera because it's never off. So, but now we're at a stage that is very important, of course, through the Flat Earth or whatever, to make them aware of that. So, because screaming or shouting the truth doesn't make it any more true. The truth is the truth. So it's better, maybe that's the next stage, not to just stand and be in truth. And in this case, speak it. But shouting or screaming, you know that, doesn't make it any more true. So, and then you come over across by somebody like, oh, he's screaming, and it's ego, and it's his opinion, and stuff like that. And that's what we see on Facebook. But it's very normal, because some people are just mad or angry that they have a feeling that they've been lied to. And in a way, that's true. But in our existence through the last centuries, there may be a small number that's really lying, but the other doesn't even know.
They don't even know. They don't even know.
Just in the system.
You can't blame. Can you really blame the people? They don't even know. They're in the system. They don't even know. You can't blame them. They don't know.
Nobody's wrong. Nobody's right. In this way, it's just creating that or generating that space for each other, where the other people feels totally at ease and can be or express whatever they feel like. If it's angry or is happy, angry is okay. Yeah, I can be angry too. And if it's happy, oh yeah, I'm happy too. And it's just generating that space that we can be ourselves totally, and then we can share that. And if we're there conscious about that, then we can experience. That's what's actually happening then is peace. Because if you find somebody else like that, then you are one of the people that experience a conscious existence, and you can do that in truth. So, but people are still shouting because this is a very early stage. People just come across the earth, the place where we live on, is probably not what they've been told.
But that's it. The awakening can be painful sometimes, but for some other people, it's just joy. For me, it was joy. It was.
No, so we should not be angry because nobody is right or wrong. It's a way of recognizing where that person is. And if you're going to judge that, it's only because you're denying that you're not capable yourself of doing that or being that, because we've been there too. So you only have to recognize, and notice where that person is in that stage or level of awakening or whatever. But that takes not a lot of work. It's just for the biggest, the important part of yourself being in contact with what is, with our true nature. And that's a beautiful thing, because if you just take the time and you will know that it's just a piece of you, or it was a piece of you that was not awake or whatever. So it's always, in a way, a reflection of you or whatever. So it's nobody's to blame. And sometimes you get a little bit angry, of course, but it's still because you do recognize it. Otherwise, you don't recognize it. You cannot experience. You cannot be mad. You can only be mad if it's a part of you that recognizes it or whatever. And so, but it's great. So on Facebook, it's like I'm there, but I'm not posting anything. And I love the way the things you do, Ali, man. Really, man, it's great.
Ali, I was talking about him to my son yesterday.
But that is the thing, We have all our qualities. We are all unique, and that's the proof that I'm doing it my way, that Ali is doing a great job in his way, and you are doing it as well in your way.
And also, Ali is a proof that when you shine your light, people are gonna see it. I seen his light from day one that I saw his post. I'm like, Ali. First, I had problems saying your name on my video, but I got it at one point. Ali, Doad Walla.
Most people don't get that far.
Yeah.
Yeah, he practiced.
I practice a lot, but that's what people should realize, that once you start shining your light like that, people are gonna see it. You cannot escape that, and I could not escape Ali. And yesterday I was talking about you with my son, and he says, into now he came to friend you, and he says, all I have now on my feed on Facebook, it's Ali. It's Ali. He says it's great because all my friends were in no vibration. So Ali is on high vibration. Ali is a motherfucker. That's what he says on his post all the time, motherfucker. I'm gonna get
you. Like I just went last night. Last night I had a hell of a night, by the way. So,
yeah.
I mean, I just had people like just, my friend met me. I didn't meet this guy in more than a year, and we used to be really close. We used to work together, and now he's a truck driver, so he's traveling from Toronto to BC like 6 days a week. He's a really busy guy. So, but for some reason he just came. Like he's like, I have to meet you today for some reason, and so he met me. We hung out, and it was amazing. And I was just like, he's watching me on Facebook, and he's like, man, you know what? I just have to meet you, and so I was like, wow, like he's always my brother, right? And it's almost like we don't meet for a year, we don't talk that much, but it doesn't matter, right? Because like you don't have to talk to someone every day for you to be friends with that person.
Oh no. Hey, how does excuse me, guys? How does Jennifer join in? I'm a bit mixed up here, and she's trying to join the hangout, but she doesn't seem to see the invite. Where does she go to see it?
There's an invite section.
The down button.
I'm just gonna be back in 1 second. Just gonna re-up my water.
Yeah, me too. And I'm gonna go to the toilet.
Okay. And me, I'm gonna try to figure out how to.
I'm gonna take the red pill, okay?
Take the red pill. By the way, it's better for
Another one, just like the other one.
Yeah. It's nice, the poster you made. It's awesome. Is it and that's girl's hand too, eh?
What?
The hands are from a girl because there's nails.
Yeah, I believe it looked a little girly, so I just did a little.
It's perfect.
tweaking.
It's perfect. My wife liked it. She said, "Oh, they're girls' hands."
Yeah.
Like
I
the woman's hands.
a little bit. I made it a little bit look a little bit bigger, but it's only for the picture. It came out better that way because they were very, very tiny. But they are women's hands. Yeah.
Yeah, because she doesn't seems to. Me, I see her in here. I have the video call on. There's Ali, GL, and Ivar. I have them on. Me, the invite is sent on my side, but where does she find it? I have no idea. I'm good at sending the invite, but to log in, I don't really did it. So. This may be one of you guys, director.
No, she's using a computer, I'm guessing, right?
Yeah, I think she's on a computer.
Yeah, let me just check on my computer here, and I'll let you know. Well, there's two tabs. One is invites and one is conversations. So maybe if she doesn't see an invite, she'll see the conversation.
Yeah, hangout conversation, eh?
Yeah, because for me now, once I'm already logged in, I won't see an invite. I just have to go to ongoing conversations, and I just have to rejoin.
Ah, okay.
So if she's logged in on your side, then that means she just has to go to the conversations, and she just has to connect through there. Because I think she's already in, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I put her in. She's in me. I see her in. You must see her in too, the conversation.
Conversation, yeah. And she'll see the one that says, ongoing. There should only be one on her tab for motivation because this is the first time, right?
Yeah.
Because I see the conversations we had in the previous days, but those are dead conversations. There's one that has the logo of the camera beside the conversation, and it'll be the first one on the top. So.
Okay. Yeah.
She'll get in.
She should get in. She should figure it out. If we can all if I can figure it out, anybody can figure it out.
Yeah, she'll figure it out. That shouldn't be a problem.
No. So yeah. So great stuff. Great stuff. Ivar is going to do his stuff.
Yeah. It's how do I say it? It's different ways to skin a cat. So everyone's doing their own thing, but the main objective is just to be free and talk about these things. You know, I think the hardest thing for me was like to come out and speak was, you know, first it was, do I even have anything to share?
Exactly.
To share to come out, right? Because everything else people already was sharing, right? Like consciousness, all these things. I'm like, I don't have anything to add that people have not already said. But when the Flat Earth came out, I was like, man, you know what? I have to support this movement because they're gonna try to shut this movement down.
Yeah.
And so that's my voice out there to keep it alive. I'm just doing my and you know, and once the ball gets rolling, I don't want any credit. I'll find something else to talk about. Like I'm not, you know, just a flat earther. But
no.
At the moment, I think, you know, if you see like if you want to steer humanity in a certain direction, like we all are trying to influence our world. Like that's the truth. I mean, I'm not trying to just say you should. Everyone, like I want people to. I want to change my paradigm, and so, for example, like the way I feel the vibe with all you guys, I know you guys want the similar thing, and so the only way we can change our vibe, our paradigm, is if we connect with each other. And so Google Hangouts, this whole platform is beautiful because people, unless people talk face to face, all these little things, you know, these little ego things always get into the way. I mean, just look at it. We have Eric Dubé, Matt Powell. I mean, these guys really did the hard work to get the movement started. But because they couldn't sit down and just, you know, brush it out. Like, and imagine if they just had their conversation all recorded live on Google Hangouts. You know what? They would come, like, it's the reason these conflicts happen is that they had these conversations in private, and then they both hung up, and this guy talked about that, he talked about that, you know, like little itty-bitty high school stuff. And that's what's creating division amongst regular folks. Like, I mean, you know, ladies gossip, like guys gossip too, and then there's this, and oh, you did this. Like, this is what happens. So if we can just, all of us on our Facebook, if we want to be the change, we want to see this change, we got to show the world that, hey, we can all talk to each other, all record it, and we can talk about other people too, and they can see it, and they can come and say, hey, I didn't like what you said. But eventually you can't take things personally because, you know, what I meant to say might not be what you think I meant to say.
Exactly.
So you take it the wrong way. But if you don't have understanding, acceptance, you know, tolerance, then you're just going to hate on someone maybe for the wrong reasons and maybe for the right reasons. But, like, I don't hate anybody. I just look at an action and say, okay, how do I prevent that from happening to me? And sometimes you have to not talk to certain people, right? Like sometimes if someone is constantly telling you, you need to go to school, you need to go to school, you need to go to school, or go to university, or you need to do this, well, then you know what? When they call you, just don't answer the call. But don't hate on them, because the second you start hating, you're projecting, like, it's affecting you, basically. You shouldn't let it affect you, right? Like, I don't get angry when I see bombs being dropped. I don't get angry anymore. I just look at it and say, you know, because if I get angry, it's going to just affect me, right? I mean, I have, like, that's the game. Like, I see all these things in the news are designed to just get emotions out of you, right? They're designed to, like, if your country lost the hockey game, I mean, you should see how people get. They get cry and all these things. I'm like, wow, like a hockey game affected you that much? Yeah. You know? And even on another level, like kids, like, you know, I know certain emotion is good, but once that emotion starts negatively affecting yourself, it's not positive. Like too much, like I put the war pictures up, the kids dying up, just to get people to start thinking. And the way I see it is, most people are not thinking, but if I stir up enough emotions in them, and then challenge them to think, that's the way to maybe just make them think, because the media is not showing them these graphic images. So if I show them, they'll be like, wait a second, what's going on here? Why isn't CNN showing me this shit? That's what I want them to start doing, to start questioning everything. So anything I put out there, I'm not going to put out anything mainstream. I have so many amazing things I can put out that the mainstream covers too. But if I put it out there, it's not serving my agenda. My agenda is to make people think and say, hey, you know what? there's something wrong here. Why are we doing all this foolishness? Why are we still, why are we working 10 hours, a day, and why are we doing this? Like,
why?
For what?
Why?
To buy better looking clothes? Like, that's foolishness, And why is the houses cost so much money, and why is there so many empty houses and homeless people? Why is there so many stores with so many goods and no one's buying them?
Yeah.
Like, why is that happening? Well, like, it's in America especially, they got so many empty houses, beautiful houses. So they're empty, and we have homeless people.
Yeah, that's right.
That doesn't make sense to me. The system doesn't make sense to me.
No.
Say, hey, like, and most people just say it's the economy, man. Oh, it's Obama, man. Oh, you know what? We Americans are lazy, man. I'm like, no, it's none of that. It's we have the natural resources to house, feed everybody. We have the actual physical resources to do that. So it's not a matter of money. Money is man-made. It's not a matter. It's a matter of not even a matter of will. Because even if people want to do something within the system, they can't do it because they have to go to the bank, get a loan, and that's the only way. And the bank will only give them a loan if the bank thinks they're going to make a profit. And so how can you house a poor person and get profit out of that? It's not possible because he has no money. He has no job. He has no money, but he needs a house. And so, yes, it's pretty insane what we're doing. And after the 2008 crash of the economy, I mean, literally in Detroit, Michigan, you can buy a house for $500.
Yeah.
Right? You can buy a house for $500, but no one is really going there because there's no jobs there. But imagine if people knew how to grow their own food and all those type of things. You know what? Buy a $500 house and just live off that land. And so that's on us. We need to be able to find out, be self-sustainable, find out how we can just buy the land and then take over. And so I see an opportunity for individuals to change their lives. And so that's all I can see. When I drive down my street, I see this house with complete solar panels. I'm like, wow, you know what? This guy is actually taking some action. He's probably not even talking about it on YouTube, but he's just like, hey, you know what? I just want to get off the grid. I don't want to work so hard. Let me put these solar panels in. And so hopefully I'm going to do some aquaponics this summer and do some gardening. I have a nice little backyard. I'm planning to grow tomatoes, and then maybe just have how do you say it? Like sell them outside my house.
Yeah, what's
and
hard?
Just, have flat little flyers and just be like, hey, free tomatoes, flat little flyer. There you go.
Yeah, I know.
Right? I'm thinking if we can't talk to our neighbors, then I want to start right here because people are shy. They feel like, oh, what if this? No, I want to start in my neighborhood, like literally, like my neighbor.
Yeah, you have to start local.
Yeah.
That's me. I'm crazy. I'm just doing that. I'm not afraid of telling people, hey, this is what I believe. Check it out. Get off the grid with me. Imagine if my whole street gets off the grid and we all work together and say, okay, I'll do this, you do that. That's a community. That's how we're supposed to live. But unfortunately, I have to talk to people in different countries because, they're not awake yet. If they were awake yet, like, I don't even know my neighbors. Like, literally, I don't know any of them. I don't know their names. Nothing. I know my neighbor on this side because they're Indian. And obviously, Indians talk to each other. But everyone else, I don't know who they are.
No.
But what we have is an intrusive government, too, so it's very hard to... What we need is a non-intrusive government if we have some kind of government whatsoever, because there's lots of people. So no matter what, you're going to need some kind of... I don't think the brain of the people will change from one day to another if we start to unite. We have all the same brain inside. There's madness still. We have both. So you need some kind of not control, but I mean some kind of... I don't know, how do you run the earth with unity? Like what? We're also, like, this is what I'm very much for unity, for all stuff like that, but okay, let's say we change the world from one day to another. What do we do? What do we do? How do we manage it? What do you do to manage the world? Like, you need some kind of, you just what they want to do. They just want to kill everybody and start over. That's what they want to do. But that's not what we want to do. So how do we change the world? And how do, like, if you put me president of the world, okay, what am I doing to change, to do, like, but you can't be president of the world anyway. You don't want a world government. You want, like, how do you abolish all the frontier, and what do you do? What do you do? Like, it's very nice to have all those ideas, to have something that's sustainable for humanity, to live in peace and harmony, but how do you manage it? What's your idea on that?
Yeah, we just have to.
The thing I would do is I would just disband the army. I would say, hey, I would tell the army, go back into your communities. First, I would train the army. Okay. I would train them in consciousness, in all these things.
Okay.
And say, go back with your weapons to your communities, right? And just know that your community is your community. There's no disband the police, everybody. People might think this is crazy, but people have common sense. Come on, whoever the president is, come on the CNN or wherever and say, hey, look, have a long speech. Say, listen, this paradigm that we live under, money, lust, greed, capitalism, I'm shutting it down. I'm disbanding the army. None of these countries, don't worry about these countries, right? We're disbanding the army. They're going to come in your communities, form groups, learn how to live. We're going to free all the patents. Every patent would be free, right? Find out there's no one going to sue you. Use the natural resources that you have in your community, right? Yeah. And before that, every corporation would just have to basically, there's no money. So anyone who works in the corporation has to do it voluntarily. So I know it sounds crazy, but eventually we just have to get out of this paradigm where we're saying, I'm entitled to something. No, you're not entitled to anything. In the forest, no one owns monkeys. I mean, a tribe in the forest, if you look at them, to catch a monkey, they need 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 hunters. And they all work in unison. They distract the monkey on this side, they get it from that side. If you watch these videos, that's how they live. And so we detach from that. Yeah. We need to go back into nature and understand how a species lives. Like monkeys, if you just study monkeys, they hunt together. Gorillas, they hunt together. They take care of each other. Yeah, you see gorillas fighting occasionally over a mate, over this, over that. That's natural. These things happen. So I'm not saying, the whole thing of peace and violence, that's a good concept, but we are animals. I mean, this friction is normal. The only time this friction gets bad is when people take stuff personally. Yeah. The gorilla doesn't take it personally. He wants to mate. Yeah. He just wants to mate. He's gonna do whatever he can to spread his seed. It's a natural thing here. So we just need to go back into nature because we think we're above nature. We're special. We have a soul. No, what about your dog? For example, your dog can show emotions to you, but when it dies, it just dies. I mean, people want to say we're going to heaven, we're going here. There's no proof of that. All we know is we're here in nature, and we go back into nature, and we respawn. Yeah. How we respawn? Like people say, no, but when you die, there's a part of you, it's a soul, we can measure it. I'm saying that concept, you created that concept, and now you're trying to prove that concept. Right? It's like you created that concept, and now you're trying to prove it. There's a difference between observing something and trying to make sense of it in a tangible sense. But these concepts, like soul, is a concept we created it, and now they're saying that, yeah, it was measured when the person died, so much mass was lost or something like that. And so that's the crazy thing. Like even with these theories of the distance of the sun from the earth, we want we want this whole concept to make sense. So we say it's 92 million years. It doesn't. We need to get out of that and just go back into nature and just be with nature. And so what happens in nature? Like a plant, when a typhoon comes, everything just gets destroyed. When a hurricane comes, everything just dies. There's no God putting these hurricanes at us. It's nature. Like nature doesn't have feelings. It just is, right? And it's a cycle. And it's not like nature is destroying you. You're not going anywhere. Your essence is still here. And so like people are holding on to their consciousness like we're always going to be conscious and my consciousness, what I remember is, I don't care. People who have amnesia or these kind of things where, like, there are people who basically, they'll forget what happened 2 minutes ago. Like, they have their regular functions, like they can write, read, talk, move, all that. But memory, like, that's what we really think consciousness is our memory, right? Like our past, our children, all that. These people don't remember that. So you could meet that person, and like that person doesn't even remember his wife. Every day his wife has to tell him, I'm your wife. So, that whole concept of the memory is what's keeping that identity to us. Right? He doesn't know who he is. He doesn't know his name. That person, there's a video on it. I'm going to share that on my Facebook.
Nice.
So I don't think we have a soul or anything. I just think we made all that stuff up. Right? And because we made it up, it exists. Right? Because we made it up. But there's no physical basis for that.
That's what's happening all the time. We just keep making stuff up and to replace the one with the other one. And that's what we continue doing. And we are devolving.
Yeah, big time. We're devolving as a...
The whole thing with this concept is it gives people hope. And that's why it's really hard to make them think this way. Because religion, consciousness, your soul, it gives you hope. And anything that gives you hope, the way we live now, hope is really contagious. Because in a forest, people have hope, but they don't externalize their hope. Their hope is, they're looking at the rain and they're like, shit. They know they want to survive. That's your instinct, to survive that rain or the lion or something. But what we've done is we've taken hope and we've made it into a concept where we're like, Jesus is coming. Or, on your birthday, you're going to get this if you be a good boy. And people, that's how you create hope. And hope is a big drug. I mean, Obama, look what Obama did. Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I don't have to hope. I just live, right? I'm not hoping something happens. I'm like, what happens will happen.
Hope is also a fixedness. It's an absolute. It's only exists in time, and time is not real. Time only exists through the perception of our mind. So, and I love the acronyms. Hope is like, what is it? It's happenings or hallucinations, whatever you want to call it. Happenings of postponed events. It's not now. It's something to keep you in the place where they want you to be, and it's not in the now. It's giving it to
doesn't exist.
All we have is now.
Think about all the promises these presidents made, right? And the only reason people believe them is because they had hope, right? They're like, give him one more chance, right? So hope doesn't exist. It's okay if you have a history of this person doing certain things, like your common sense would tell you, hold on, if I have hope that this changes, or people say, like, I hope, I pray and hope this person gets better. Well, if the person doesn't take necessary action to get better, for example, if he keeps smoking, or, if his leg is cut open, right? If someone doesn't stitch it back or fix it, no hope or nothing is going to do anything. So if your system is messed up, your president can't change anything. Like, Obama can't change anything. He can't. The system he's in, he can't change anything.
That's it.
And he knows if he thinks even a little radical, JFK is going to happen to him. He's not stupid. He knows the game. If he tries to do anything, he'll be assassinated.
Okay, so why does he go there? Why does he go there? If you think, so what, for fame, power, for prestige, for what do? Because they're psychopath. They're psychopath also.
Yeah. Right. But it's interesting. So far the research doesn't show that these people change.
No, that's it. Doesn't show too much.
If the majority of society is awake and non-psychopaths, we would influence these people and their negative tendencies wouldn't come out. But we live in a psychopathic system. So these people, their whole essence is coming out because the system is psychopathic. So that's why they're able to shine. But if you go on the indigenous tribe, a psychopath is gonna keep in line because he knows if he does anything stupid and they find out, that this guy is deviant, they will kill them.
Yeah.
You know, in a tribe, if you start stealing someone's stuff, and they realize from a young age what's going on with this child, right? So far, I've seen no evidence of any psychopaths in indigenous cultures. I don't see that yet. So it's interesting. That's something, you know. Maybe there's a natural aspect of it, but I think a lot has to do with how these kids are raised. You know, when you give them entitlement, their traits come out more. The ego, the narcissism comes out more. But if you don't have the concept of narcissism, ego in a society, then the psychopath has no, you know, he has no concept of deviance and manipulation. All he knows is that you work as a team and you succeed. That's all he knows. So I think the physical capability is there to be psychopath, but if the society is non-psychopathic, that hardware is not being used. You know, that part of the brain is, you know, so it's just, I don't see it as a problem. Like, I think people are saying that there's no solution, we have to kill these psychopaths. I don't see it that way. I see it like, you know, it's just, that's just my theory, I guess.
No, that's completely true, and I do identify with that. And it's like, people will disagree probably what I'm gonna say, but it's the vibration you hold. They are keeping us for a long time in this vibration, and that's the only way that they can, or we can actually interact with them. If we are on a higher frequency or vibration, then it's not really our reality at all. And for people maybe go like, yeah, but if I go outside and so if some psychopath is going to shoot around with his gun and I'm going to get hit, yes, that's true, but that's in the system of low vibration. So, you know, your reference point is going to attract it.
If you go with that energy, you're going to attract that.
Yeah, this, right. But then they're going to be like, yeah, but so it's my fault then when somebody hurts me? No, it's not your choice to be that way, but we're living, for the main part, we're living in the low vibration, low frequency, and that if that's our reality, then that things like that will still be happening. So that's why we need a number of people that are awake enough, and then they cannot even reach or touch us, and because I experience myself, I only hear from other people that they do experience bad stuff or all around them, and I have none of them, not anymore. I know it, but I have none of them anymore, and I recognize it around me, but it's not in my reality anymore. And it's not that I'm stepping out of that, because if I see something or something comes into my reality, I know it's my responsibility to act on that, you know, to help or assist in any way, or share consciousness. When I'm standing in the elevator with somebody, you know what most of the time happens is like you just stand silent to each other and you know, in silence. But I always find a way something to say, and you know, great things happen. And if I see or I feel some kind of vibration or some ignorance or some knowledge, lack of knowledge or whatever, I'm gonna try to you know, neutralize it or help them, because that's your responsibility. But it's not because they are wrong or whatever, but it's just the way of nature. If you know, uplift and nurture your life, and so if you still have things inside of you, which I do also, because I'm tuning it every day, but everybody holds some kind of frequency that you're not at peace yet or completely. And that's what you attract. So if another person has also that frequency, then you're going to attract that. They did a nice test with 2 guitars. They put like 10 feet away from each other. And it's a way for us to measure, but of course it's infinite, but then we actually can measure it. 2 guitars, and when they tune them exactly the same, and when you take the A, how you call it, the string from one guitar, the other one is vibrating also.
Yeah. But
so that's what's happening with us. If we have something that we're not at peace with, something trauma or something that happened to us, and everybody has that in a certain degree, you still have that with you, that vibration. And that vibration is always reaching or looking in that way with the same frequency. So if you always have a lot of people or only people that are, bashing or in your reality, in your environment, and always complaining about stuff, then you also have to think by yourself, why is that? And I mean, in your direct environment, I mean, the people you're hanging around with.
Yeah.
Because those frequencies are always trying to find each other, and not trying to find, but they're there. And if they're in you still vibrating in that frequency, the low frequency, then you're still going to attract that. That's just the way it happens. It's not like, oh, I'm going to look for that frequency. No, that just is. That's just what's happening. So if you're aware enough of that, then you know that because everybody, I'm sure everybody has something that they're not completely at peace with, or something they experienced, or
we all have things that we're not.
That's what you're going to attract. That's because and on the other way, the other side, on the other hand, the love frequency, it's 5 to 8, but the love frequency, the divine, that's vibrating always at the same frequency, that's always there, and in a way reaching out, or it's just there, just tap into it. And if the more you're awake or aware or whatever, then you're going to be more in contact with that, and that's going to be your reality. So everybody has something inside of them. The only thing is you have to recognize it, so you cannot be afraid of it because it's inside of you. And that's what I mean. We're all connected with each other in a way. And that's the great thing I like, I mean, I couldn't think before really that we were talking like this now. You're in Canada, the other one is in Canada, and Jennifer's trying to get on.
Jennifer should be on soon. She was in her car. She texted me. She was in her car, so she must be.
Hey, going back to your point, Ivar. So I totally agree with that, and I just have something to add. So,
yeah, please.
Like life, right? Life is for life to exist. Like that's a high frequency. So this is just my concept now.
Yeah.
So everything in nature that's living, right? Everything is living.
Yeah.
It's at a high frequency. Everything that's living is at a high frequency. And so anytime you have the concept of disease or fear or hate, those are just distortions. So the life force is a positive love vibration.
Yeah.
For example, when there's have you researched this guy called David Wilcock?
Yeah. I watched pretty much all his video.
So I used to read some of his free books, right? And so he's basically taking experiments that are done by different scientists. So one of the experiments was that they had some type of like a lie detector type of reader attached to a plant, a living plant, to a leaf. And so they had a guy basically with the intent, and he had a lighter, and he sparked the lighter, and he brought it close to the tree, to the plant. And the meter recorded some type of distortion, right, a signal. And then when he had positive intent, there was a different signal. And so what happened is they took the person, they put the plant in one room, and the person went to a totally different room. And then he turned the lighter on with the intent, and the same signal read. But then he didn't even turn the lighter on. He just thought about burning the plant, and the same negative signal read, like the fear signal on the plant. So, like these plants are receiving and projecting vibration, but the plant doesn't have intent. So the only thing the plant is projecting is good vibration, but it's receiving this negativity. So in a positive, so you can affect the plant. Basically, that's what I'm saying, with your intent. The plant doesn't have intent. The human being has intent. Like even a lion, they don't really have intent. They just work on instinct. So when a lion is, this is my theory, it might be wrong, but when a lion is attacking you, he doesn't hate you. He just wants to eat you.
Yeah.
But if you start annoying animals, right, like hitting them, beating them, then you get situations like when a whale went and killed the trainer, is that's because they're keeping these whales locked up, and there's so much negativity going on, like stand up, sit down, that eventually, like, maybe I'm thinking some animals have a will too. You know, that's possible. But so maybe they're conscious, then the animals are conscious, right? So that's my whole debate now. Are animals conscious or not?
Are animals conscious?
It seems like they are. Like, it seems like they are conscious.
Well, animals.
They just don't have crazy abstract ideas like we do. But they do feel. They definitely do feel. So
they have feelings for sure. But they have feelings. A dog, any kind of animal has feeling. But yeah, to what extent do they experience the reality of the world? Like, how do they see the world? Like, they don't have all the stuff imprinted in their mind like us. But I mean, yeah, I would like to reincarnate inside an animal or something, inside a bird.
That would be a nice thing. So you'd be free of all this bullshit and you could just live.
Yeah.
Right? You could just be free. Animals are actually free because they don't have these mental bullshit in them.
I know, they're free.
The animals that are domesticated by humans, by bad owners, they have that bullshit. But if it's a good owner, I shouldn't say even owner, but a good, like your companion, that's a companion, right?
Yeah.
An animal. And if you treat the animal right, it's always going to be right with you. But if you abuse it, you know, it might attack you one day.
Yeah, because that's going to be the distortion of his beingness, his frequency. And
the best example is in Nepal. You have these monks who live with lions.
Yeah.
Feed them and all these things. And so you're right, it's a frequency thing. I mean, what else could it be? These people don't look better than me. Just
There's people
there. I'm sure the lion doesn't care about that.
There's people up north living with wolves.
Yeah.
With wolves. The big wolf, man. Big wolf. Man. It's like, wow, man. Have you ever seen a wolf in your life? Have you ever came face to face with a wolf? Like, no. There's that thing too, the comfort we're in. That's the kind of fear you should have if you're coming face to face with a wolf. But I mean, we're so much in comfort these days that people have lost. They don't even know what. Like, if you live in a city, you barely see the sun and the moon and the stars as a timing device. You go by the clock and the calendar and the device on the wall on the computer, and that's your life. But once you live outside the city and you reconnect with nature, like you said before, then you look at the stuff around you, around nature, and you really realize that you're part of it. You're not made to be programmed by a calendar or any type of device.
No, that's a great point, because in some point at our evolution for human beings, we got that's called the prefrontal cortex or prefrontal lobe, and that only function within our being, our brain part is, before it was its function is to simulate things. So when we had a problem with wild animals, that we were part of the food chain, so we had the prefrontal lobe is working in a way of simulating what is going to happen next if this saber tiger is attacking us. So it's simulating. So, oh, he's coming, we have to run away. So that evolution process is in us. But that's its function. But we don't have primordial adversaries anymore. But the prefrontal lobe is still there. And it needs to get justification for its existence. Yes. So what is it doing? Now it's simulating things in our future that could be attacking us, fantasized, but they're not there. But it still needs a justification of its being. That's just what it does, not thinking. And that part is that people, if I know it, then the other people are aware of it, and they're working through that. They're simulating every time with fear that something is going to happen, but it's not true. So, but it needs the justification of. So it's simulating every time events, and that's the fear, the fantasized events appearing real. That's what's happening because we don't have. So what it does, it's gonna stimulate adversaries.
Guys, gotta charge this guy up.
Nice ceiling.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be back. I'll log back in. So
Okay.
I'll be back. I'll be back.
All right. Yeah. Man's gone again.
The man is gone. He's logged off.
But what with Jennifer? Was like she was trying to log in, or she just asked you how to log in?
No, she was in the hospital with her mother, and she was on her way back to the place where she was gonna talk to us. And she was driving, so I just gave her the instruction how to. But it seems pretty easy to disconnect and reconnect. He's been doing it like 5 times. He's a pro at it now. Ali's a pro now. And yesterday, the day before, you remember it took him an hour to figure it out. Now he's logged in, log off, log in, log off, and he's a pro now. That's great.
I'm just making sure right now the battery's at 44, so it's gonna charge up, and then I'll when Jennifer comes on, I'll disconnect it. So there's no way, you're gonna lose me. So
No, it's fine. We understand. We're flexible.
we're having a good conversation too.
Yeah, we're flexible.
I'm just trying to think of how we want to take the Tru-Mon show. Like, I was thinking, it's initially we can just go with the flow and just because it's not live streamed or anything, we can just bring the guest on and say, hey, okay, we can start with the topic they want to talk about, but the conversation is going to go to all different ways. It's not going to be fixed on anything.
But I think it's better to be natural, spontaneous, and like I said to Ivar, I was talking about him this morning, and I don't want to have anything written down like, oh, we're going to talk about this, that. It's got to be natural. It's got to be spontaneous from the heart or not at all.
I'm interested to see how, for example, Jennifer. I don't know. She doesn't know me. I don't know if Ivar knows her. So how she's gonna, how the vibe is gonna go. But I definitely know some people that I already talked to. When they're gonna come on, it's gonna be so natural. I can just feel it. Like I know some people that we'll bring on. It'll just be so natural. And so hopefully, well, I'm sure it's gonna be fine. It's just I'm excited to listen to what she has to say.
Yeah, I'm excited to listen to people like me.
Yeah, I can. A friend request on Facebook. She still hasn't. I think I've sent her a request a long time ago, and she still hasn't responded to that my request. But yeah, well, I'll ask her about that.
Well, guys, picture this. Picture this.
I got a picture of her though in my mind, so I know who she is. So
yeah, okay, but for now, just picture this. I mean, picture this. We're live now, okay? Yeah. And we up front we just talk to a few people and we invite them. They can give out by email or text what they want to talk about. And like you said, great idea for 5 minutes or 50 minutes. Doesn't matter really.
She's setting up.
And we're gonna send the link, and we're gonna get them on the show live because I know that's the best thing. People are gonna like that because they're all day on Facebook, not all day, but some of them are all day on Facebook. There's no face, there's no nothing, and now they can actually speak and exchange our thoughts live, and we just give them the link, and up front we know who we're gonna pick or whatever, and so I think that's the greatest thing because that's
once
really
live stream going, right? Once we have the live stream going,
yeah.
So it can almost be like I'll set it up. So once we get a live stream going, before that, I'm gonna email all of them and say basically here's the link and this is the time. So come on to the live stream, listen to the conversation, and you can put your comments on. But hey, you can come on too. You can come on, say what you want to say, and look, all these shows, Alex Jones, all of them, they don't allow a person to just come on face to face. They have the call and they give them 2 minutes and it's all scripted. No, this is like.
Yeah, I like the concept. I like your concept that people come on and just share their vibes. Share,
10 minutes, as much as you want. come hang out, and then if you want to stay longer, you can just stay longer. I mean, it's what
that's it. Life is the best thing, and because then you're gonna really, because that's then you're really in the now. Now this is happening, and now people are watching, and now they're reacting, and okay, come on, and say what you have to say, or whatever. And it doesn't matter if they're rude or whatever. Just we're gonna wait a little while, otherwise we're just gonna throw them off, because that's not the vibes we want. We want all opinions, of course, but it's not gonna be like if people are only gonna be like, yeah, fuck this and fuck the system. Yeah, well, after a few minutes, I'm gonna get tired of that, because it's not helping anybody.
But hey, you know what? We're gonna show that, look, this doesn't affect us, but obviously we don't want to deal with negativity and stupidity. But we give them, their 5 minutes. So minimum, you get 5 minutes. And after that, unless you're vibing with us, we really don't want, that. But it's almost like, you knocked on my door, I opened my door, I gave you 5 minutes, I listened to you, and I'm like, hey, you know what? Thank you. Close the door.
Yeah, because we gotta give people the chance to express themselves. A lot of people, all they're waiting for is a platform to express themselves to. And
they might learn something too. Someone might come all crazy negative, but the way we react and deal with them, they'll learn that, hey, you know what? These people, they're spiritual. They're not here to judge me and this and that. We'll let them talk, but after 5 minutes, obviously, we got a show to do. So we'll say, hey,
that's it.
I'll tell them, you have 5 minutes, say whatever you want to say. Yeah. And after the 5 minutes, then it's up to our discretion what we want to do, whether we want to keep them on. And, our vibe is so that we'll just say, hey, you know what, we got another caller. That's all we'll say.
We have another caller coming in.
We don't want to be rude. We want to uplift people, right?
We have no time. We have no time for this flat earth stuff here. We have no time for the flat earth society. Let's take another call.
No, but we only, and we know that, but we have to be aware only at that time that it's never, whatever the person is going to say, in fact, it's never personal.
No.
Even if they say, you fucking asshole, they call you by name, it's never personal, because they're screaming at themselves.
Yeah.
So,
exactly. It doesn't, nothing, I'm telling you, words don't affect me, man. Tell me anything, it does not affect me.
No, me neither. But it's very rare. Most people want you to succeed. Like, it's a handful of people that wants you to drown in your misery. Like, most of people want you to be happy. I guess I'm not alone that wants people to succeed and be happy. It makes me happy to see other people happy. It brings my vibes up. Like, I know. Like, that's the way that's what life is all about. I think it's uplifting each other, like I said, not destroying each other. And I think that's where the change can start taking place is, for sure, within ourselves, within your own soul communication.
Yeah, I see some great things for the show. I can even see, like, me personally, if we ever get someone who's debating flat earth, I'm not debating anyone on flat earth. We'll have another guest. So this is what we'll do. We'll try to get on a particular show, one guest for one Globie and one flat earth expert, and let them go at it. And we'll just moderate. We'll just, give the guy 5 or 10 minutes. And then after that, we'll give our thoughts, us three. And then we'll let the other guy go or the girl go. And so it'll be a beautiful dynamic, but we're not here to, promote flat earth. We want to just create the platform, right? So I'm not taking any position. I'm not a vegan. I'm not a flat earther, anything. But the flat earth conversation is on the table at any time. Yeah. Like, whenever religion, if someone, like, we always let the guests speak what the topic they want to speak. So if they don't want to speak about religion, we're not forcing you to speak about it. Like, we're not here to clown you or make you look stupid or anything. And once people have seen that, they're going to see this is an open platform, a truly open place. That there's no open place like this I've seen anywhere, where people just let you speak, and we will give you feedback too. Like, if you say some stuff, I'll let you speak, but I'll say, hey, you know what? Do you think about it this way or that way? I just want to make you think. I don't want to say you're right, you're wrong. It's not about that.
No, it's not about being right or wrong.
There's no right or wrong. It's just it's what you believe. So what your perception tells you reality is.
But even it's not about what you believe; it's what you're aware of. Like I don't believe I'm on a motionless plane. I am aware I'm on a motionless plane. I am aware of a lot of stuff. It's not something I believe. Like we gotta raise the awareness. And once you become aware, it's not a belief. It's something that's in you. You cannot go back to the other.
I can say I believe the earth is flat, but my belief is based on evidence.
Okay.
A lot of people's belief is based on the media. And so I'm like, if these guys are proven liars, so maybe you need to check your belief, right? But what I believe, like, I don't understand what you're saying. Like, we can go do these tests ourselves. And I've done a few of these experiments myself.
Yeah,
I've just seen the data they give me, right? And I've said, okay, here's the data. There's supposed to be curvature. Why am I seeing that place? There's places in Toronto you can do that. You can do it from the downtown, like to this place called Central Island. That's a few miles. You could see that too. You could see it's right there. You could just look and I've done this with my camera, right? Just with my camcorder, I've gone and just seen the ships, right? And they go beyond the horizon, and you zoom in, and you can see them.
Yeah, they're back.
So that's right there. And in fact, you know what? I should contribute to the society. Next time, I'm gonna get a nice, because it wasn't steady. I'll get a nice tripod stand, keep it like focused there, and like just zoom in, see the ship, see it go down. And there's so many videos online. I mean, there's so many videos showing this. So our belief is not based on CNN. It's not based on what a book said, that the earth is flat, or there's a dome and all these things. That's belief, right?
Yeah.
That's complete belief in something that there's no evidence for, zero evidence. So yeah, belief is a tricky word. But I wouldn't go as far as saying I know the earth is flat, because it's still my perception, right? So I know that I have, the only thing I know is that I'm conscious. That's all I know.
Yeah.
Right? I don't know if I don't know if I'm even a physical thing. Like, there's so many things we're finding out. Yeah. So
it is,
like,
but
it's a tricky thing to say, because when I tell someone I know this, I may be wrong. So I have to
exactly. Yeah.
I'm not fixed. Like, that's what I'm saying. I'm not fixed anywhere. If someone comes with a better evidence, I'll say, okay, you know what? I'll go with that now.
Yeah. So but that's different, of course. But we all know that between believing and knowing, and knowing we can only do by experiencing. And the fact is, the truth is that I'm not ever be able to experience what you experience or anybody else. But the thing is, the truth is, we know because we never experience things that they're saying, like spinning, like rotating,
exactly. That's what I'm saying.
An hour. So the truth is, we don't know that because we never experienced it. Nobody. And then you're gonna ask around, and they come up all with crazy numbers and stuff like that. But it's still not knowing because we are not experiencing it. It's just stories.
Yeah, it's just stories. Exactly. It's just believing. It's just believing for the sake of believing. There's no basis to believe in this shit. Yeah. Right? There's no. But the way I see it is, like, I look at everything as a spectrum. For example, good and bad, or belief, blind belief, and absolute knowing. I'm saying I'm leaning towards the knowing, but I'm not complete knowing, right? Because I think our vocabulary makes us just go and pick sides. Black, white, this. So I'm always saying, right? I'm always trying to, like, we're stuck in this paradigm of talking this way, right? But a scientist wouldn't talk that way. A scientist would just talk specifically, the boiling point is approximately in this range. So that leaves room for interpretation, right? But if you just say, this is like the boiling point of water is 100 degrees. If you don't say approximately, then it's not accurate, right? Because everything is fluctuating. There's nothing that is fixed. And so that's just my take on people saying, what, I trust this guy. I'm like, how much do you trust him? Right? Trust means he's never gonna lie. That's not possible. We know people make error. So I would say that, if he's a trustworthy person, most likely he's not going to lie. That's a better way of describing the person than say, people always want to say, no, he's right. No, you're wrong. I'm like, no, you're wrong to this degree. And you're wrong about this specifically. You're not wrong about everything. So even NASA might get a few things right. But definitely specifically about the spinning ball, it's a bunch of nonsense.
Yeah, just can't be proved. And it's not necessary that it needs to be proved or disproved. But it's not what I experienced. So what are we talking about? Why? Why do we need to know that it's spinning because I don't experience it? It's only because all the numbers, we know that they all work, they're all true, if it's a ball.
Well, there's a simple thing what I believe. The reason I know NASA 100% when I say NASA, I mean like anybody in NASA, right, who has any common sense is 100% like phony, is because this flat earth movement has been out for so long, and now one of them has come and said, hey, let's have a debate about this. Let's be open-minded. Let's bring the best. Let's bring Eric Dubé on, and let's bring Neil deGrasse Tyson on, air this live on CNN, and let's have this debate. They can, because they're gonna lose. Like Eric Dubé will eat them. Like he'll eat them so bad, like he'll destroy the whole thing. And not only Eric Dubé, there's hundreds of other people who could do that. Like on Facebook, there's so many people.
Yeah, but if you're gonna be in their format and stuff, they're gonna arrange and gonna prepare in any way. And the thing is, the people that are gonna watch. I mean, few people will notice it, of course, and do their research, but they will stage it if it's going to be mainstream. They will stage this in a way that it's going to be
make out of the flat earth. They'll start bringing things like all those old theories where the reason gravity they say that the earth is constantly rising, and that's why the controlled opposition, if there's some I think in the 70s there was this one guy who came out with the flat earth stuff, the material, but he was basically controlled opposition. So he put a lot of good proofs, but he put a lot of like stupid things in there. One thing that this is what we believe in, that we believe the stupid things. And so you're right, they're gonna try to ridicule it, but I think now with the internet and I really believe, everyone is not stupid. Like I think a lot of people are woken up. It's just they're not speaking publicly about it, and the main reason is because they believe in this whole Big Brother control state. For example, all that Eric Snowden stuff is to put fear in us that these people are watching us, they have everything, and that's why I know a lot of people are not coming out, because personally I know one person who has a lot of knowledge. He'll never speak on the phone about this. He won't. He'll only speak in person about it. He's that scared. He thinks the boogeyman is he has 12 children, right? So I can understand. He's like, no, and he's had problems with intelligence. He was part of the intelligence, so he's just like, I don't want anything to do with these assholes. But I'm just saying, it's not, for me, I'm just saying, if you're scared of your life, I mean, that's no way to live. That's no way to live life.
Exactly.
These guys are gonna come and just kidnap you. So what? Like if that's how you live your life, then no, that's not a life.
I don't care. I'm willing to put my life on the line for that shit. Come and get me. I don't care. I'm immortal. My soul is immortal, so I don't care.
I mean, I had a conversation with my parents, and they were worried too, and I let them know. I was like, hey, you know what? Look, if they get me, like I'm not promoting any violence. You can check my post. What am I doing wrong?
Can someone help Jennifer?
So I have no reason to be afraid, right? If I was doing something, if I was projecting negative energy, then I have something to be afraid of. But for me, I don't even bother about even thinking about any of it, because I'm not vibing to that. And all I know is I walk down the street and I get love from everybody. I'm telling you, this transformed my life. I just met a guy yesterday. I was going just in the plaza, and I stood up. But there was one situation maybe a couple of 2-3 months ago where the police were harassing a whole bunch of people outside the bus terminal, and so I was just there, and they were like, "Move out of here," and I was just standing there outside the church. I'm like, "What? I'm standing right here." So they said, move out. So I took a few steps on the side and I was standing there. And they're like, you got a problem with I'm like, last I checked, this was public property. So they arrested me, locked me up. And so people saw that in the community and they gave me respect. They're like, hey man, anything happens, I'm here because you won't do nothing. You weren't even involved in the situation. You were just saying, I have a right to be there and film what's going on. I wanted to film what's going on. Yeah. You harassing some people, let me film you. Yeah. And they have a problem with that. They're saying you're intoxicated. But...
She's
Oh, I was trying to do something.
It's a little soft focus. Please. She has her mic off and your camera is very,
Oh, we see you, Jennifer. Ah, there she is. There she is.
And now the microphone.
Oh, we don't hear you. Oh, because the microphone is off, Jennifer. Yeah. You see I see the little microphone off on her screen.
Okay, how's that?
Ah, there you go. There she is. Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Good to see you.
Welcome with open arms.
Open arms to you. Do you see me okay? Should I move around? Or?
Oh, that's perfect. We see you.
Okay.
You have a little bit of backline, of course, so it's
I could close the curtain. The Sierras are behind me, so I was like, oh, that'd be cool to show.
Yeah, but that's fine.
There we go.
Yeah.
Better?
Yeah.
Better.
All right.
So what we were talking about, guys?
Everything. So now Yannick is out?
No, I'm here. I'm not frozen. I'm here.
Yeah, but your picture, I see your logo.
Yeah, I see that too.
Oh, there, he's back.
The logo's there. I'm back.
Yeah.
Hey, Jennifer, I just wanted to tell you your things that I did to video. Your letter that you wrote is really, really, really powerful. It's something that, wow. I was like you. I had to do something with it, and that's how we connect together. I think we connect very well spiritually. I never talked to you that much. I never interacted with you that much, but I feel a very close bound to you spiritually in the ether somewhere. And I don't know, it just brings me to that text just popped in my face like that, and I said, wow. Because I don't go normally on Facebook, like I'm very busy with my videos and that, so I don't stalk people's page. I mean, I'm not like that, so, but it came in my face, I'm like, wow. Well, it was too powerful, it was so great, you're such a great soul, it's something you cannot, you have to attach to someone like you. Like, I couldn't let you drift alone, I had to catch you on the way, I couldn't resist. So that's
thank you. I feel you too. I mean, it's amazing in this community because I feel closer to people like you who I've met through this movement than I feel toward people I've grown up with.
Exactly.
And it's when you spoke my words, I didn't know the power behind it till I heard it spoken out loud, and it really, really moved me. So thank you for joining me with the passion. That was a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna do more. I'm not done. It's just the beginning. It's just the beginning. I'm cracking the heart open now, big time, to the world, and I want people to, that's what we do when we get together like that. That's what I was telling the guys, is we give permission to other people to do the same, and that's how we're gonna change the world. It's by shining the light, shining our light that we have inside. You have an enormous amount of light inside you. I see it. I feel it. 100%. But I'm sure my two fellow showman feel it too. Tru-Mon show. Yeah.
I love that. Tru-Mon show. That's so perfect.
So I thought, I said for the first invite, I said and I came across you. I said, Jennifer, that would be good to have Jennifer on. I like the people that vibes high and people that, express themselves really, because I don't want just people that don't express themselves, you have to come in contact with who you are. That's very important.
Yeah, we all have a voice, and
exactly.
Whether you write or if you paint or if you are a comedian, I mean, you could tell the truth through whatever art you've been given is a gift, and I'm all about that. That's what my whole message is. Let's speak out, through our art, and I'm trying to do that with my writing.
No, but you're doing something, and I'm with you 100% with your mother too. I read about your mother, and I went through the same with my mom, so I know how it feels. I know how it feels, and yeah, sometimes life is life, and life is life. How do we deal with that? That's me. That's what. But me, I've always been a guy that didn't attach too much to my emotions, because if you do that, then you get sunk in the emotion. But for sure, it's it's something big. But I'm with you 100%, just to let you know that I know how it feels. I know how it feels. How's she's doing now?
Huh?
How she's doing?
This is such an amazing experience we're having. I have a pretty healthy family. I mean, I haven't lost anyone ever close to me. And she's like the healthiest person in our family, and she came down with stage 4 cancer. It's all over her body. And I was just at the hospital with her. That's what took so long. I had to drive to this house.
Yeah.
And she's shining too. Her light's shining. She's smiling. She's laughing. She's joking. She's planning on healing from this. She's no doubt she's going to heal. She has so many friends who support her in this. I mean, we have a page for her. People have donated money for her treatment. I mean, I can't even, I could go on and on for 24 hours on how much love has been given to our family. And, but the experience of it is, it's brought our family closer together. My former stepdad, who's my brother's dad, hasn't forgiven her for 35 years. And he invited us for Thanksgiving. So it's touching a lot of lives, what she's going through.
Yeah.
And there's a reason for this, and she's embracing it. So she's an inspiration to me. She really is.
Great.
Wow.
Great. And you said you wrote a novel about the flat earth. You were talking about that to me, the flat earth novel. What is it exactly? What? Because I'm gonna get it and I'm gonna read it on my channel. That's what I'm gonna do.
Oh, okay. It's you could get it on Kindle or in a paperback on Amazon.
Yeah.
The title of the book is On the Seventh Day, God Took a Little Nap.
Okay, it's the last one you published, because I saw the I think you have 6 out, no?
I have 8, I think.
8. Okay.
Yeah. It's On the Seventh Day, God Took a Little Nap, and the subtitle is An Unconventional Novel of Enlightenment in the Midst of Global Chaos. So, quote unquote global. And it's a novel about my experience to the awakening of flat earth. It's pretty raw. It's honest. It's a novel because I embellished at the end of the book, and it's kind of fictional at the end. But I think people like it, and I've gotten a lot of good feedback already on it. So I'm excited about that book, and I encourage people to download it. I think it's only like 99 cents or $1.99 on Kindle.
Do you mind? Do you mind if I read it on my channel?
I encourage it.
Okay, perfect. I'm gonna download it, and after I'm doing a big thing about the rabbit hole, I'm going down the rabbit hole now. But when I get out the rabbit hole, I'll read Jennifer's book on my channel. Yeah, for sure.
Exciting.
Because
Thank you.
No getting out of the rabbit hole. Once you're there.
but I mean spiritually out the rabbit hole. Because at one point you cannot be down the rabbit hole all the time. You have to be uplifted. So me, that's what I do. I expose the darkness, and that's it.
It's like riding a big wave.
Yeah. But that's what's happening in the world. We have to do something. We have to come together like that, and this is wonderful. Are you still? Why is it that? Are you still there? Of course, I'm still here.
Yeah, but sometimes.
Because of the recording, maybe because he's asking me because of the recording. No, it's wonderful that we come together like that. It's a premiere. It's not something that I had envisioned for sure. I knew I had to come out in the world and speak out because I have a voice and I speak loud, so I express myself. So I intend to really, really go on with that. But it's wonderful what we're doing today, and what people are going to be looking up to us like, oh, they're shining their light, and why not? Why don't we do the same? You know, and that's how we're going to change the world. That's what I was about. Change the world. Change yourself first. Change the way you communicate with yourself. It's the first thing, and then the world will change around you. Because that's what happened to me. Is just like you, I'm going to read your paper that you wrote for sure about your awakening. But I mean, we all came in contact with that flat earth a certain angle. So from me, it started young, but really at 40 years old, it's like it hit me. It's like, wow, that's a message. That's a message from God. That's how I seen it. I seen that like, wow, that's a contact from God directly, this thing. Because I was searching like you probably, but at one point, you get the trail and you just follow it. And I don't know what happened for you. Maybe you can explain us more in detail what happened with your awakening, and maybe in words you can tell us what was your way of awakening.
Sure. I have a pretty intense story, and I won't go deep into it, but I ever since I was a little girl, I knew something was wrong in the world. And I remember going to work with my dad. He's driving me to school and going to work, and every single day the same thing. We'd come home, we'd eat dinner, we'd watch shows, we'd eat ice cream, go to bed, start over. And there was something wrong with that. I felt it really strongly. And I grew up fundamental Christian too, and so I was very religiously indoctrinated. And the funny thing is I knew Jesus, but I didn't feel like when I was looking around at the church that people were really happy or joyful, and I was like, what is the deal? Like, where's happiness? And I was almost really depressed at age 12 because I saw the contrast of the world. And I just saw everything. I saw things differently from my peers. And it was really, really hard. And I finally, gave in to the peer pressures when I was 17. And I just couldn't take any more of it. I couldn't take feeling such a yearning in my heart to change something, but being around the heaviness of reality. And so I just cave in, and I started, using drugs and drinking, and I started feeling quote unquote normal. I could fit in with the crew, and I just felt like, oh, finally, I don't feel like an outcast. Yeah. So I went with that for years, and it got so bad. I'm always an extreme person. I can't just be normal. I always, whatever I do, it's extreme, so I took that to the end. I mean, at the very end of my alcoholism, I wanted to die, and I couldn't die. I kept waking up in hospitals with IVs stuck in my arms, and I couldn't die. So
because I do experience the same thing,
Yeah, a lot of alcoholics and drug addicts are really sensitive, and they see the world for what it is, and we don't know what to do about it. And we self-destruct because we can't do anything, the problem is the church doesn't teach us to connect to our own soul. It teaches us to go outside of ourselves to find Jesus, and that's supposed to change everything. Well, that didn't work for me, and I needed to find the truth on that. So the next thing I did was drink, and then that didn't work, and I finally took myself to treatment for 6 months, and I decided I'm going to go 100% in the other direction, and I'm going to do everything on the opposite of the end of the spectrum, and I'm going to live my best life. And I spent 2 years getting sober, just staying sober, really, and just learning how to live sober. But what it really did, I didn't have anyone. I was living at Berkeley in the time, and I didn't have a lot of people around me, so I was by myself. And this was in 2012. And what happened is I ended up having a relationship with myself and discovering self-love, and I started writing, and I've always wanted to be a writer since I was in the 3rd grade. So I just started writing a novel about my life, and it took a really long time, but I didn't ignore my emotions. You know, before I would act happy, but I was actually sad or mad, or and I just started sitting with my emotions. Like if I was mad, I'd act pissed. I was like, I'm mad, so I'm be mad, you know. And then I went through these, you know, this whole shift during that time, because when I actually embraced how I was feeling instead of acting like I was happy, I sat with my anger for like 3 days solid without making a move. And I was just sitting there with my anger, raging, crying. And I literally felt an alchemical shift in my body where the anger that's been there forever turned to joy. And I was like, I felt it. And I was like, oh my gosh. So then that was 2011. So that's when I went on my quiet time, writing time, connecting to myself, asking God, what are you? It's like I went on a search to find God, and I found myself, is what happened.
Exact. Same thing for me. Same thing.
Yeah. And I think that's what I want to teach. I feel like I'm a bridge between Christianity and spirituality, because people aren't connected to themselves, and that's the problem that I feel. That was my problem. So I think it's a lot of people's problems.
Yeah, I agree. It's interesting.
No, they have lost touch with what it is to be human. I say it often in my video. People have lost touch with what it is to be human. Being human is not only working 9 to 5 and pay your bills and come home and put the meal in the microwave and the heat. That's not being human. It's connecting to people, showing love and showing more love. We gotta rise it up, rise the love, and that's what we're doing now. This is what love is. Love is what it is now. It's when people like us come together and show it and give other people permission to do the same. And to me, that's wonderful. Give me whatever you want in the world. I won't feel happier than I am now, sharing the vibes with you guys. It's wonderful, wonderful. I love that. That's what I live for. Connect with people. You know, what's the purpose really of being alive? Why are we here? Why are we here? You know? Why do
uplift and nurture all life.
Exact. So that's what I think, and that's why my optic is the most people I help achieve what they want to achieve in life, help them with their dream, I'll achieve mine. And we all, each one teach one, and that's how I see it. That's how anyway, me, I redid the blueprint, just like all of you. But yeah, the flat earth stuff is really something that, because it's something tangible that we can all rely to. It's not something that, you know, it's possible. No, we're aware that we are on a motionless flat plane. Anyway, motionless plane. I don't know if it's flat all the way, but nobody really knows. But anyway, we are aware that we're not on a big blue ball. So that's good.
Exactly.
Yeah, we have no proof for that. Like, if you, like, a theory is not proof. We don't. Those pictures are fake. So
exactly.
I'm still waiting for them to come with some proof, right? And so all I know is what I see and I can test is what I gotta go by, because these guys are lying. Like,
me in Quebec.
I love the concept of the balls spinning and all that, but there's no proof for that. So, you know, but it's interesting how we just believe without even checking or even thinking for ourselves, and that's what I love the flat earth. Because I'm using it as a litmus test for people's critical thinking level. Because if you just read, you know, the 200 proofs, for example, and keep an open mind, and if you're really thinking for yourself, you're like, oh, wait a minute, this makes a lot of sense. And you have to break out of cognitive dissonance and say, hey, well, you know what? It is possible that NASA is full of shit. It is possible. I mean, it's hard for people to get there because they know people who even believe in 9/11 truth, all that. But NASA is like, NASA, whoa, they are NASA. Like, you know, that's a religion that no one wants to even say, hold on. You know, can they be wrong? Can they be full of shit? Can they be you know, like a brainwashing organization. And so now the more that I see it, I'm just like, if you guys watched there was a video of the Antarctic, the sun, and it was a well-made video with a robot, and it was basically a disinfo video, and that was a fake video. Like it was, you know, like it wasn't real. It wasn't an actual video of the nature. And so they're going. There is people who are going to that extent to cover this up, and there's no doubt about it. So I'm just like, whoa, you know what? Okay, it's a game now. And so I'm on Facebook and I'm saying, hey, I'm constantly saying the Earth is flat, because if they're doing their disinfo, it's my job to say, hey, you know what? Wake up, people, because they want us to sleep, and I want people to wake up. And I'm not fighting. There's no hate, but I'm just like, hey, it's a game. You know, I can look.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it.
I know eventually the truth will win, because the truth is there. You can't deny the truth. It's there. You can cover it up. You can make it look half truth, half fake, all of that, but
in the end, it's there. Jennifer, I have another question for you, because me, I live in Quebec, okay? I live in the East Coast. And I don't know if you've been on the East Coast, but it's very different than the West Coast where you live. The mentality of the people is very different. Per example, I'm going to give you an example. You come in Montreal, in downtown Montreal, try to cross the street, they will run you over. They won't give you a chance, they'll run you over. But you go in Vancouver, and you put your feet in the street, on the biggest street in Vancouver, and both cars will stop on both sides. Like, they're very much more open-minded people in the West than people in the East. Mm-hmm. In America, in general, whether it's Canada or US, it's, to me, Canada and US is all the same. They're both fascist states. Don't worry. Canada is pretty much the same as US. We know that. But how is it on your end of the? How do you feel it? Like, do you feel that it's good? We see it on YouTube. We see it on Facebook. The awakening. But do you see something like really concrete happening more in the West? Because me here, I don't see too many people talking about that. Like, when I go outside and do my talk, people come and interact with me. But no, nobody so far jumped in my arm and say, "Yeah, Yannick, the Earth is flat." You know, never. And that's what I'm waiting for. So have you encountered people live that were aware of what you're talking about?
You know, that's an interesting question. When I was in all the Flat Earth groups, I asked if anyone lived in the Bay Area, because I live in the most progressive green county there is, in Marin County, but I live in Fairfax, which is just the green little town. And
yeah.
I've talked to a few people, and I was shocked to hear that some people already knew this. And just, I have a friend who's a spiritual life coach. She sees angels. She's been out of body. She's seen different dimensions, and she's like, yeah, the Earth's not a globe. It's not what they're telling us. And she, you know, she's happy I'm getting the word out. And my coworker, she's very spiritually evolved, and we were like, she used to work downstairs and I worked upstairs, but they're remodeling the downstairs, so she's sharing an office with me, which is amazing. And we talk about all kinds of stuff, and she was like, yeah, the Earth's not what they told us. She's not an activist like I am, but she knows. And she's like, I'm so glad people know now. And I was with a friend out on the coast last weekend, a new friend, and he's 26 years old. We were just hanging out at the ocean, and I was a little skeptical to ask him. So I asked him first if he believed in the moon landing, and he was like, "Well, I don't believe in anything." He's like, "I don't believe in Abraham Lincoln. I don't." It's just a picture, you know. So I felt so obliged to go ahead and show him that the horizon was flat, and he was like pretty open to it, which was interesting. But as far as walking around and hearing people talk about it, no, I only know like 3 other people in my area.
Oh, that's it. It's
very
limited. But that's what I'm saying. It's the day I'm gonna find someone in Quebec that talks to me about flat Earth, I'm jumping in their arms. I'm telling you, and I'm filming that and I'm putting it on YouTube. Because people in Quebec, first of all, are ignorant because of the language. Also, many of them don't speak English, so it's putting a big barrier when you only speak one language. speaking English is a must. Is a must, because I wouldn't be here today doing that if I wouldn't have learned English. So I encourage everybody for sure to do it. But that's how you. That's part of the process of awakening too. I mean, at one point you realize that there's a lot more people you can connect with once you open your mind and start learning stuff. So that's what I believe. But it brings joy to my heart every time I meet people like you guys. It's me. I feel so happy right now. It's terrible. I'm gonna feel even better when I rewatch it and see us acting together. Like now we see it, we're doing it. But I like to watch my videos. I am my biggest fan, so I watch all my videos. But at one point, that's what I said. Be the change, be the light. It's not complicated. Do like we all do. Shine your light, and people unconsciously are going to do the same. And wow.
Yeah, don't be afraid. I mean, when I stopped being afraid, I started meeting people like you who are like backing me up, supporting me, loving me, encouraging me. And the minute you step out of your fear, the universe just embraces you and floats you along. It's not hard. It's beautiful.
It takes form. It takes form by itself. Also, when your vibe attract your tribe, and me never.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, and there's never nothing bad that happened to me on Facebook or whatever YouTube. Maybe one day a guy on YouTube on 700 video called me something I don't remember, but I really don't remember. But anyway, it's one out of the blue. It's like I enjoyed it because it has been a month. I had no comment on my YouTube channel. So I was like, wow, a comment. At least they're noticing me somewhere. So anyway, but it's good like I want to stir the soup a bit. The soup is dormant everywhere. And I think we need to and the beauty of coming together like that, it's amazing. It's amazing. I have no words to express it. I'm a bit speechless right now. Usually I'm very vocal, but now I'm a bit speechless because I find it so great. So great. So anyway, great vibes.
I don't have words. I mean, I have a lot of words. They know. But I want to take this opportunity to introduce myself to you, Jennifer. I'm not going to tell you a lot of stories because that's what's separating us at this paradigm. But in a way, I am on Facebook, but I'm not commenting or stuff like that, anything. But Yannick mentioned you, and I checked you out. So there was something, and I know what it is. But at that time, I felt something. It was like, wow, I'm not gonna have a lot to say on the show because she is exactly like a copy of me. So I do feel a connection. And the thing I want to do is just, embracing this moment. I want to take this moment to, really grab this, that we are, instantly connected, always with each other. And that's what I do experiencing more and more and more lately. And I'm in Holland. So I'm representing Holland.
Beautiful.
And for me, it's like, I don't know anybody who's even open to the flat earth. My mother, because I see her every day, and she lives just around the corner, and she's opening up because she knows I'm not crazy, and she sees me growing, developing. She sees me doing stuff. She sees me, the result of stuff. So it's not a one-day thing or just like a flu or whatever. So
you're not in a cult.
No, so she's gonna start to ask questions, and she says that she's a woman, and she's like, yeah, but when I was a child, I couldn't understand or believe that it's a ball. So the other people would be standing down on the ball, and it's just and those little things, they are very subtle, but they are very important because that's closer to our natural state of being. Our pre-identity or whatever you want to call it. So, so she can't deny me because I said from the beginning, it's me, I'm transparent, this is your son, this is the true me. If you don't want me to talk about it, then you just say shut up, but I'm not gonna stop, because this is me, and this is the real me, this is the one who is evolving, this is the true son you have. And so, and now she's opening up, but then again, I only have one friend who I sometimes talk to, and he says, yeah, it's flat, but I'm not sure. He's not going into the movement, and it's not really necessary, but I hear it and I see it on YouTube that a lot of people are in the how do you say that? They don't know anybody they can talk to or relate to. Talking about truth, and in this case, the flat earth. And flat earth is becoming more and more for me just a word. I mean, it's I know it's big, but I think it's the stargate to where we are supposed to be. And I'm not gonna talk to Ali knows and Yannick knows that I am the reflection of the divine. So are you. And what you saw with Yannick is just reflecting a part of you in a different way, because he has his own authentic self, his own quality, his own way of reflecting. So I know we're all one, we're all connected. You're a part of me, and I'm a part of you. But it's nice to be aware of it, and even the small subtle things I saw just by looking at your Facebook, the stuff you wrote. I was like, oh man, she's on fire, and the same thing I have with Yannick. It's like he's speaking my mind, and it's not my mind. It's the divine. It's the consciousness that's speaking, and that's reflecting. And we all have our own qualities in this. And if we listen to that, because it's listening to a part of ourselves, and that's why I keep saying to Yannick, well, we all need ourselves in each other. And I don't know if it's grammatically right in English, but you know what I mean.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, and so that's because if we are, it's even when you go outside and you can say hello to somebody, whatever, because you're just accepting and yourself.
Yeah,
you say hi
exactly.
to yourself and to the world and everything. And if you don't do that, you go outside and you don't interact with the part that is you, then you deny your existence and stuff like that. So.
But people don't say hi to each other anymore. People ignore each other. It's terrible. Me, I go out. Me, I'm always smiling like that. Me, I'm a smiley kind of face all the time when I see people. I'm happy now, especially coming in contact with the flat earth. I walk in the store smiling alone. I look at the shelf in the supermarket, how crazy it is, and I laugh so much. People see me sometimes. They must, with my GoPro walking in the store or whatever, and anyway, but it's good because me, I don't care anymore about what people think of me. That's the biggest prison people live in, is the fear of what other people think of them. Once you overcome that, you're gone. For sure.
I think flat earth it's not talked enough about how it's a spiritual experience. Yeah. People are like, what's the proof? And I saw the other day a post about what has changed in your life physically that you can measure. And I mean, I literally can measure just this alone, being able to speak and write, and a book that came out of me in 3 months, and that's physical proof. But the experience of flat earth is a spiritual experience, and the fear is gone too with me. I mean, I might have a little fear, but I ignore it. I'm like, no, this is too big.
We all have a little voice here. The little voice is always there.
The experience of flat earth. Oh, my mother is on board. She was my only really close person who.
How did the people around you react to that? Because me, I'm a weirdo of the family. I'm a black sheep of the family. Call it whatever you want. My mother hasn't called me for like a while. And my father is completely absent. They don't want to know. To them, I don't know what's happening with the world. They're so programmed. How did your relatives deal with that, Jennifer?
Well, like I said, the first thing I did was I told my parents. I went to their house, and I used to go there every so often, and I'm like, I have some big news, and my mom's really open. So I shared with them, and I showed them a map, and my dad's like, I'm too old to worry about this. Like, I can't do this. He's like, I don't want any more things to worry about. So, but my mom started looking into it, and she was really open. As far as everyone else, they know I'm pretty passionate, and but I got off the phone with my grandparents a couple of nights ago, and they're like, we don't understand you. Like, my grandfather's like, I don't believe the earth is flat. He just doesn't agree with anything that I have to say. And I mean, we love each other, but it's just my mom. My brother's pretty cool. He's not into flat earth, but he's really open to like, going down the rabbit hole. He's been figuring stuff out, and he just can't grasp the flat earth yet. But
Okay.
he's got a lot going on with my mom, so.
And how do you deal with that personally, emotionally, when you come face to face with someone like your father or whatever, your brother or anybody else close to you, your children or whatever, and they don't see it, or because me at the beginning, it created a lot of confusion in my head. Not so much now, because now I'm on a journey. I've been gone a while. I'm with you guys. This is part of the emancipation of the mental slavery, is coming here and talk. But I mean, how did
Both of my children think I'm a conspiracy theorist. They're 18 years old, my son, and my daughter's 13. I think my daughter's a little more open. She's not open to flat earth yet. But she doesn't think we're spinning. She figured that out herself.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
She told me.
She knows where
She
that's
told
spinning.
me she goes to history and science. She's like, Mom, they tell me all this stuff and I memorize it, but I don't let it get too far in my brain.
Yeah.
Because she's like, I don't think we're spinning. Like, she looks at the stars like, that doesn't make any sense, you know?
Okay,
But
you have children in school like me. If I can hear you right, you have children in school, so... Me, I told my children the truth. Now, how they're supposed to cope with the world. I didn't know that reality when I was 13, 14. My son is 8-year-old. He sits in a class at school in a forced government indoctrination camp that he go every day. And he gets told that he lives on a big, vast cosmos. He's 8-year-old and he knows more than the guys that teaching him. Like, how are we supposed to send... Like, I know there's other alternatives, schooling alternatives, you can send them in, but listen, this is not really easily accessible, we all agree. So, how do we deal, how should they face the world now? What's your opinion on that?
My whole thing is, you know, self-awareness, self-love. Follow your passion, let your soul lead the way. I think it starts there. I think leading people back to themselves and knowing that you are God in the flesh, having a human experience. People think that's like, whoa, you can't say that. And that's, you know, unholy. But on the contrary, because this experience of consciousness is a very humble experience. I don't think I'm better than anyone in the world anymore. I go outside and those are my brothers and sisters. I don't care who you are. You're my brother, you're my sister. Yes. And I look at people and I try to see the divine in them, especially when they're really making me mad or getting under my skin. I try to see like, oh, they're playing their role really good. They're playing their human role well. I think everyone who believes in flat earth or knows it's flat needs to do whatever they can through their art, through their voice, to get it out in the world. It's happening really fast. It's a #1 Google search this year.
Yeah, it's happening so fast. There's like 400,000 video on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah. Search results, yeah.
I have 600 just myself, so I'm putting a big weight in the scale.
Yeah, I haven't started YouTube yet. This is my first like being in front of the camera experience. So I really feel like yearning to do some YouTube stuff, and that might be my next step.
That's very, it's to break the ice. Once you break the ice and you're in, like, it's just an habit for me now to go out and express myself, express my thought, read, and I love to read, so I just go out and grab conscious stuff that resonate with me, and next is, I'm going to go through your books. I'm going to do my search tonight. I'm going to be on the case.
Yeah. If you just look up books by J.L. Forbes on Amazon, they'll all pop up.
I have them saved in my favorite. I told you before that I was going to purchase them. I never had the chance to really move because I had so much stuff coming to me, so much information. But now it's the divine working at work, so I cannot refute that and say, oh, I'm going to take a bit of rest and do it later. No, I'm going to do it right after the book I'm doing now.
That's good.
That's great stuff. But yeah, me, it's the way, it's to cope with the reality, and that's what I have problem with. I don't know for you on your side how you deal with that, but me, it's when I'm in my house here talking with you guys, I feel very much that I believe that I belong on this plane. I believe here. I believe I belong here, but it's once I get out my house and I see the matrix acting, when I go to the bank, when I go to the grocery store, the restaurants, me, it's to see the state of zombiness of the world. I don't know how you guys cope with all this. Once you go out, you just put a pair of earphones, listen to music, and shut the world off. But I don't think it's the solution. I think we have to speak. When I go out, like, because I see zombies like that, I go at them and I give them my card, Motivation Academy, go on YouTube, like, you know. But I don't know how you guys deal with the reality in your everyday life. Maybe Jennifer can start, and Ivar, you tell us, whatever.
Yeah, I used to have a real problem with that too, going out in the real world and seeing how no one's awake.
Yeah.
Luckily, like I said, I live in a really town of people who are pretty self-aware, so I don't feel like that in my own town. I go to different groups and stuff, and I meet people like me. They don't necessarily believe in flat Earth, but they're very conscious. They haven't even been introduced to that yet. That's, you know, something I got to get into there. But as far as being in the Matrix, I've learned to embrace it because there's nothing like better than or worse, like being in a church or being in a garbage dump. God is still there. I'm there. That's God. You know, you have to learn to embrace all of it because it's all divine. And the way that I was really led to being conscious and a person of compassion was after I left the church. I lived at this house, and it was a physicist's house, and he let me and his son rent it because he was trying to sell it, and it wasn't selling. He had to move to New Mexico, so we stayed there. And he'd visit. He was so consciously aware. Like, he was sipping his tea, and he just seemed to enjoy every motion of the tea sipping. And he was so pleasant and loving and just compassionate, and he was just very, very present. And I'd never met anyone like that in my life. And it made me really curious. So I was like, what has this guy got, you know? Because I just come from this indoctrinated Christian fear-based religion. And now I'm in the real world, and this man who's completely compassionate, who's not speaking about religious stuff at all. He's just being present. That was new to me. And I was like, if he can have that, I can have it. So I went into his library. I pulled out some books. I saw The Power of Now. Never heard of it. Eckhart Tolle. And The Power of Now, that's right where it started for me when I read that book. It was just about being present. And I think when you're out in the real world and you're present for people and you smile and I just remember that man and how he made me feel. And I feel like if I can help other people to feel the way I felt, then I'm doing my part. I don't necessarily have to change their mind or shout at the rooftops in front of them about flat Earth. But if I'm kind enough, if I'm compassionate enough, they might get curious, you know? So that's the only thing I know how to do besides writing.
That's good. And you, Ivar?
Yeah, well, the thing I experienced as long as I can remember was that everything, and I know people can, agree with that. Is that it's everything is strange around you. That's what I do experience. Still every day, but now I'm more aware. So it's more like recognizing or acknowledge it. So for me, it always takes a little time in the morning. I don't have like a mood in the morning, but I'm not cranky whatsoever. But I have to adjust because I come from the astral place that's more real, and I do have to adjust, and then when I go out, it's like, for example, for a few weeks ago, I went out of time for 8-9 days. No time, no clocks, no looking at it, just living by when you're hungry and you eat, and when it's dark or you're tired, you go to sleep and stuff like that. And what you experience that, because time is the big trap we are in. It's, I believe, really significant big trap, maybe the biggest that we're in, like the calendar and stuff. So if you let go of that even for a little while, then that thing is away, and nature will take over for a good part. So when you go outside, then it's gonna be like The Walking Dead in real, because something happens to you even after a few days that you feel really outside of that, and it's not a bad thing. It's just recognizing and acknowledge it.
Yeah.
But so how do I deal with it? I sometimes when I do shopping, I'm with my headphones on, and I know that people think like, oh, he's away, he's not with his senses, and he's not there. But the reality is, the truth is that I'm the guy. If I'm passing somebody, I take my headphones off and I start a conversation. So if I'm at a supermarket or waiting in line, I always make a difference. I don't go be out of the box, because for me there is no box. So I'm the guy, I'm the light, I'm shining, and I'm attracting that. And people you see it in their eyes. They go like, whoa, and they're open. And all of a sudden, they're gonna give me compliments, and I never met them before. They're gonna say like, "Oh, I see in you something, and you have beautiful expression and stuff like that." And it's not. I'm not really necessarily taking this as a compliment, but it's just being. It's the isness or the oneness, whatever. So I'm dealing with it great. Before I wasn't aware of it, so that made me crazy, and that's what I recognize in your story, Jennifer. I was also went in my way through the same. Thing that you experienced with alcohol and stuff, and the next thing I could remember, I was with the stuff in needles in my arms and lying so that's completely the same thing that happened to me a lot of times. And then a few years ago, I just stopped with all the thing that drugged me, or to keep that, try to be normal, to fit in. So, and I stopped with everything, and I changed my whole diet, and then I got more into consciousness stuff, and I went to Eckhart Tolle, you name it, David Icke, Dave Wilcock, Greg Braden. My brother is a mentor or a success coach or whatever, but it's with the NLP and stuff like that, and it goes, of course, more far than that, because it's a conscious thing, it's divine, so it's a spiritual thing. So if you talk to people like, oh, so I've done that too. I was also doing stuff with spirituality. I said, okay, so you're now dead? Because they think it's a separate thing. No, we are spiritual beings, So, but I laugh a little bit, and I try to, because it's a responsibility we have, you share your knowledge. And the thing I experience especially is that people are going to notice. They're gonna see. They can get their head around, because at first they think you're crazy, but then they see the crazy things that happen to you, and I think that's an important part of doing, because you are not able. It's not possible for me or to learn you or whoever anything. It's not possible. I can show them. I can give them an example, and they have their own application, to do it. By self-doing and stuff like that. So if you just show the things you're doing, you're experiencing the results of your beingness, that's a great thing, and people will pick that up. And I'm very sure that to a certain degree we can be indoctrinated, but the natural state of being is always there, and it will pop out eventually, because it's the truth, the lie, or whatever you want to call it, the disequilibrium or whatever that's in us, it cannot stay there forever. And so we have the Department of Justice. They have written on the wall like, no lie can live forever. They put it there. But there's truth in there, because we die instantly at one point or whatever. but it's there. It's the vibration. It's there. It's the thing that keeps us alive. It's the thing that we can talk now with each other, interact, whatever. That's it. That's the thing that's the spirit, you know, the soul, the spirit of unconditional love. That's it. So that always will survive, and until at one point everybody will wake up. But so that's what I experienced, and I'm very happy, and I'm just wondering, you know, a lot of people are talking about consciousness, but I don't think they really know what they're talking about.
That's it. That's the thing.
People like, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, they like the word or something, and I think that it's being, but it's very. I talked to Yannick about it. You know, the thing where the thing that in us, the ego, or that thing, that the thinking thing that is that is seeking, and it's always in the if-then reality. You know, if I get that, then I will be happy and stuff like that. It's all in separation consciousness, and that will never work. And
that's right.
So we ourselves, we have to find that cognitive centering device, and everybody has his own way to get there, or to experience that, to be aware of the awareness of being aware of what consciousness is. So you cannot teach anybody, you can only show the example. You can be an example or show things you're experiencing, then they will pick up. It's like the right and the left brain, you know, the one is more intuitive and the left one is not. And the left one is always, you know, with rationality and stuff like that. And in the beginning, if you're going to change your life, the left brain is going to be like, okay, what's happening? You cannot do that. You cannot do that. Well,
yes, exactly. it fights you. It's the fear and doubt, boys. It's the fear and doubt. I feel like the mountains we need to move are the fear and doubt in our life. Once you get through that, it's like, whoa, this is way better living in this, you know, harmony with myself. And we just need to die to the flesh or die to the ego and live from our heart body, I feel. And that's how it's working for me. And I try to point people back to themselves when they try to like say, this is what's causing my problems or this will make me happy. I'm like, no. How are you going to wake up in the morning feeling joyful when everything's crashing down around you? Because you can. That's very possible. Yeah. Even though my mom's going through this, I feel joyful because I don't trust in the physical reality. I don't put all my eggs in the basket of physical reality. I totally know this is just a short fraction of an experience I'm having. The eternal is what's important.
Yeah, exactly. I've been talking a lot about eternal life lately in my videos, and I think that's what we have to. Eventually, we're eternal. Our soul is immortal, but yeah, for sure. No, immortality. I believe in that big time. I'm aware of that. I don't believe I'm aware. Ali, what's your? How do you quote?
We know for sure what your way is in this existence. How to deal with everything in everyday life. But it would be nice maybe to expand a little bit on that.
And Ali is in a mega Babylon center. He's in Toronto.
Toronto.
Hey, okay, so
that's mega Babylon.
I'm Ali. And I sent you a Facebook request, so I have to just get that off my chest.
I knew he was gonna start with that.
That's so funny. I'm sorry.
Even before Yannick mentioned you, so I was going through a phase where I was just like, everyone who's a flat earther, add. So it's just like I was just adding random people. So obviously,
here you are. So I added you.
So he's got a bone. He's got a bone to pick with you then.
Okay, well,
I wanted to be prepared. I wanted to read because I'm not familiar with what you wrote, right? But obviously I will read it because it sounds like something like.
Oh, she's
so
she's like a sun ray. A sun ray.
It's awesome. I feel a really good vibe, and everything that you guys are saying, like it's what is happening. You know, it's a reflection. What we're talking about is a reflection of reality. That we're all connected, and you know, this separateness, this ego, this identity. It's all man-made. It's an illusion, Like, and I was look at like indigenous tribes and the way they live. There's no Western like influence there. There's no Eastern influence. They're just there. They're in those forests living, and they don't have these things like ego. You know, they hunt and like they give people stripes for hunting good. But that's something that's good. Like motivation is good. If someone does something good in the community, he needs to be, like revered for that. But it's not an ego thing. It's not like what we have going on now is we're rewarding people for not the right things. We're rewarding people for obedience, for conformity, and those type of things. So I just see it as like the people in the forest, for example, they're really not conscious, and it's a blessing, because I believe the fact that we became aware of and made these concept of self-identity, like once we created all of these things that, like a woman should look this way, or a woman should be in the kitchen, or like, that's not how these people operate. They just operate based on what's necessary for the tribe to survive, to flourish, right? I mean, if a woman's a good hunter, she'll go hunting. But, so I guess all I'm saying is that, like, we have all these mental, like viruses in our brains, and that's why we have to really bring out the flat earth and all these things, is because, like, the flat earth is a tool that people who are believing all this stuff, like, religion is subjective. A lot of these, you can't really, you can't take someone's hope away. That's the way I see it. So I'm not going after people's religions, even though I can, right? I have all the evidence to destroy it in that sense. But I think the flat earth is something where all types of people can come there, sit down and say, okay, this is like empirical evidence. And once they accept that, then they can say, hold on, you know what, that's empowerment. Number one, it's empowerment, because today people think that they have no authority to question the authority because they're always right. Like, they think that, who am I to question the authority? But once you get the flat earth in, it's empowering. You're like, wow, what? I can go and challenge NASA. Yeah. That's and then you can question every aspect of society, because if they're lying to us about this, like, what else are they lying to us about? Because NASA universally, worldwide respected. Like, everyone can agree on that. Like, when you challenge that, it's like, what are you doing, son? Like, those guys are astronauts. Look at they're geniuses. They went to the moon, like Neil Armstrong. And once that's what happened to me. Once the flat earth awakening happened for me, I was like, wow. I walked down the street with so much confidence. Mm-hmm. It's like, I have no problem talking to anybody, because, like, this can change your life. I know I have the magic potion, right? And I don't charge people for it.
I don't want to charge people for it.
I have it, and so it's changed my life. I used to be a shy person. A lot of things. I used to be a lot of things, but now I'm just free. I'm just so happy.
No, me too. I find a lot of empowerment with that flat earth. I'm sure you can all feel the same.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's like I said, truth is an experience. And when I got introduced to flat earth, I was already writing the book. It wasn't about flat earth. It was about, why did God go to sleep at the end of the creation? It was like a question I had. Yeah. It was an important question I'd never heard anyone ask. And I started writing that, and I got stumped on the firmament. And I'm like, what is a firmament? I've never heard of that. I went to church for 25 years. And then I just let it go. I let it rest, because a creative process, sometimes you just have to take a break from what you're writing or doing, and it comes to you. And then flat earth was introduced, and I heard firmament on the radio. I was like, firmament? I've never heard that word in 40 years, and all of a sudden it's on the radio when I'm writing a book. So when it started happening, at first I thought it was crazy, like everyone thinks it's crazy when they first hear it. But it's such an experience. When I felt truth before, I know what it feels like. I've had the experience of being awakened before. So when that started happening with flat earth, you can't ignore it. You can't ignore the feeling of, wow, something's happening inside of my body. Yeah. I feel more connected. I feel alive. Like, you can't ignore that. And you also can't measure it. So I can't go on Facebook and like explain that to a left brain linear thinker who's scientific, and then to accept it,
No, for sure. No, me, that's why I'm on YouTube too. It's the flat Earth hit me, but I've been in a process of discovering the truth for about 2 years. I started with David Icke. Probably all of you probably went through David Icke at the beginning. He's Michael Tessarian and all kinds of people. And then I got onto something pop up on YouTube or something, Eric Dubé or something. And then to me, it made sense. It was like, oh yeah, they lie about everything for sure. They're gonna lie about the very shape of the place we live in, of the reality of the world we live in. But there's still, even after being in contact with all that information, all those information that we're receiving, and I'm sure probably you guys can relate just like me, there's still things exposed within the flat earth community. Either it's just the sun location or the size of the sun that still doesn't register in my mind. Like, I cannot figure the sun being 6,000 kilometers wide. Like, it would be for me to see it in the sky. Like, I can put my thumb on it and cover it. Like, where is it? Like, if it's only 3,000 miles, 1 mile is not that huge. It's a mile. So put 3,000 like that. It's not that far. So how do you... There's still things that don't wrap up in my head. I agree. They lie to us about the place we live in, about everything they lie. But who is to say where exactly is the sun in the sky? Like, if they've been able to make up that old psyop operation with the NASA and we all bought into it, even us here, before we wake up to that awakening. So, if they were able to do a psyop with that and really brainwash us, why are they not able to brainwash us also through the flat earth? That's why I've been saying
absolutely true.
There's a psyop in place for people to be aware, but to not raise the consciousness. I think this is the psyop, and this is why you only see certain people on certain shows. I'm not gonna start naming names. Ivar knows what I'm talking about, and I'm sure you know too. But that's it. That's why but anyway, me, I see the psyop. Maybe the day that I'm invited to share my vibes on some kind of radio show on YouTube, because they're ignoring me right now, and I don't know. I know why they're ignoring me, because I vibe very high. My vibes are super high, skyrocket. There's no limits. So that's why, and I express myself. So maybe, I don't know. But the day this happened, maybe I'll change, but it won't happen, because they want to keep the consciousness to a low level and only focusing on the shape and this and that, and not exploring who you are. Because once you come in contact with that, it's becoming... You get in contact with who you are, with your divinity. Me, that's what happened to me. It was really a sign of God. I'm like, wow, I've been waiting for that all my life. I've been searching for that all my life. It's like, but I know some people just don't want to see it. But it takes also a very blessed soul to be able to do what we do today. All exchange together like that. We're all blessed. We all been blessed on earth anyway. But only a certain amount of us is shining the light like we're doing. But we need more soul ja to raise the consciousness. If not, we're going to remain the same. Me, I'm fed up remaining the same. I'm here. Come on, I have one life to live, just like you, Jennifer. You have one life. They're not going to return you. They're going to return you. Maybe if you don't achieve Christ consciousness during your lifetime, you're going to come back. But if you reach a certain level of consciousness, I believe once we raise our consciousness, we go into the celestial place above. And that's where we sit with the grand architect of the universe. Me, that's what I believe. I believe we all have a place up there. We all end up being a star or something, because I looked to a star the other day with my camera, and I see the star all dancing and shining, and I'm like, this is me. Like, I'm always happy. Like, they're souls. I believe stars are souls. I don't know what you think about that, but
I have the same understanding of you. I just, after the Flat Earth came out, I realized stars are probably souls, because, I mean, I've heard that for a long time, but it makes way more sense now.
What they would be?
I think with the whole community, they ignored my book too. I didn't care to go on a show or anything, but I did email my book to a couple of people who do shows, and they never responded. I just want it out. I even put it out for free to the Flat Earth community. I'm not trying to make $1 million selling it. I just want people to, it's an experience, the book. When you read it, you're having an experience. And I feel like, what are they hiding? Why are they gatekeeping? You know, that's an important question we really need to start asking.
Exactly.
Because they're just regurgitating the same information over and over and over. What is it that they're keeping from us knowing? I mean, is there more land? They don't want us exploring? You know what I mean? What is it?
Because the question is not about the Earth being flat.
Right.
Honestly, Jennifer, I'm sure you're like me. At the end of the day, you can care less. It's square, triangle, flat, round. I can care less. But why are they doing this? What are they hiding from us? This is a question here. It's not about the bringing back a boat in the view and this and that. It's why are they lying to us? That's a big question.
Yeah, that's true. And I was about to make another video, but a lot of stuff came in between. But the thing that I recognize now, the better community or movement is the gatekeeping, of course. It's
the sure. Gatekeeping.
Because I have a little thing on my laptop. I wrote that myself, but I was just about to share it on the video. But it's just an example. What I'm meaning is like I wrote like here's an example. Remember the astronauts Apollo 11 press conference? When they supposedly got back from the moon, sitting there all miserable and distressed, talking about their experiences in space. What's that all about? No joy, no excitement, no happiness, no euphoria whatsoever. Just sad. You remember the press conference?
Yeah.
Or something like
I
that?
did watch that.
In the so-called Flat Earth movement, almost the same is happening now.
Exactly.
That's so true.
Yeah.
There's no passion.
If we're really sure and convinced that we've been lied to and therefore now know we are not living on a spinning ball, for instance, or discover the biggest deception of all time, if you really get this, knowing by experiencing this sensation, truly capturing this awareness of being aware, that you should be, at least after a while of being scared to life, euphoric and embracing this feeling of great happiness and well-being. And then we should all be experiencing love and its infinite possibilities. You should be celebrating and sharing this knowledge, which won't be an issue at all with anybody else, and so on and so on. So that's what I'm seeing. If you truly get this and can grab this, that it's a lie and we're not living that, should be like we should be celebrating, you know?
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
That's what I feel it inside. But it's been holding back by gatekeeping stuff or whatever. And so this is great, and I do feel it. But the indoctrination of me is still a part of me that's keeping me from actually going outside and screaming it out.
Well, you're screaming from the rooftops here, and people are going to watch this. I agree. I think they don't focus on the spiritual experience. I mean, they touch on it. I think they're still pointing us to physical reality. I think it's such a spiritual experience to have the flat earth knowledge, and that needs to be, it moves you into a whole new level. It's like the missing link. I didn't even know I had a missing link.
It's
then
like
I had flat earth, and I'm like, whoa, this is like 10 times more awareness, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Now I'm just like, I don't care if I'm scared. Like, that fear doesn't matter. They've lied so much that I'm just done. I don't care anymore.
No.
You know?
That's why it's important to go out and speak out, because if you don't speak, you're remaining a slave anyway.
Yeah.
So
that's the thing they always say, and that's so true, that people cannot be saved if they're not aware that they're imprisoned. So
The definite. Oh, God. Sorry.
Yeah. No. That's just this. If you don't know that you're being enslaved or whatever, then you don't need to be free for whatever. So, and that's the awareness, to make people aware enough. So.
I know. I've had a couple. I thought my Christian friends would be on board really fast because you point out the scriptures like, here's the scripture, flat Earth.
Yeah.
They're the most resistant. I had them a few tell me, I know the truth. The truth is Jesus Christ died for my sins, but it's like truth is not one thing, truth is like a river.
Yeah.
It keeps flowing and you keep experiencing stuff. And if you believe in NASA and space, and that's indoctrination. There's a scripture in the Bible about he will set himself in God's temple. Well, that to me is NASA. That's NASA.
Yeah.
That's God's temple, right? So I don't understand how people don't want to know the truth of this.
I don't know.
They think they know the truth, so they don't want to explore this.
But also because it comes with responsibility. When you come in contact with truth, it comes with responsibility, and some people just don't want to take their responsibility in life. I think that's what it is. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with the world. It's so weird. It's a strange world.
Yeah, they're complacent.
Yeah.
My thing with the Bible is, and also with the Quran is, the people take these books literally. So number one, they believe that this is the literal word of God, and so everything in there, is literal. But when I look at these books, I say number one, common sense tells me that every book in existence was written by man, right?
Exactly.
Who put it to the paper, and so we know that man makes error. And so, number one, it's not possible that book can be free from error. And I can show the Christians contradictions in the book and in the Quran. And so that breaks the whole spell that everything in this book must be taken literally. But I read the Bible more like I would read Shakespeare, where it's a metaphor. You can understand it on this level, take it there, take it here. And so you can play with the book. And if you read it like that, you're not rigid about anything. It's like It's like a river, like you said, and it's just an experience. It's how does it touch your spirit or your soul? Does the Bible uplift you, or does it keep you down? And believing in a Messiah that's coming, it's not empowering. It makes you not have a reason to change the world or change yourself. You're like, I'm a sinner. Jesus, forgive me, I'm a sinner. That's keeping you trapped. And what is sin? What are all these concepts? So when I look at it, I don't believe a Messiah is coming. I'm like, we have to do something here. We have to. There's no Messiah coming.
We're the second coming.
There's no responsibility. You can do whatever the hell you want, right? If you're Catholic, just go into the confession booth. You could kill like 10 people. Go in the confession booth and say, "Please forgive me for my sins." And he says, "Yes, forgiven." So I mean, that's however we got into this paradigm of this Messiah, because everyone is believing in the Messiah. Even a lot of New Age people believe the aliens are going to come, the good ETs are going to come. So when is it end? When is it going to be like, listen, there's no proof for any of these people coming, right? Yeah. Look amongst us. I mean, there's people who are doing good things, and so I see on Facebook now I'm promoting this concept. Mm-hmm. I'm getting it, and every time there's a crisis, like the whole Paris thing happened, and I was able to really see that people are seeking, everyone is seeking unity. We want peace, but how can you achieve peace if you believe in nonsense? And so
exactly.
It's only gonna come for you and not for everyone else. Because let's ask the real question.
Yeah, he freezes sometimes. He's Mr. Freeze.
He's a professional in logging in, logging out now. He's been doing it 6-7 times.
Yeah, Jennifer. Yeah, before you came in, he was like gone for 5 times, and he come back, and so he's expert now how to join a Hangout.
I like what he was saying. I'm bummed that it froze up on us.
Yeah, but
go
ahead.
Go ahead.
The other thing you talked about, like the truth is always, the truth is just what is. That's it. It's the objective observation of what is. That's truth, and that's always moving, constant observing or taking on energy or shedding or whatever. So, like Gandhi said something like, what did he say? something like he's committed to truth, and because he was talked about him, like they said to him, yeah, but I thought you were consistent. Yeah, no, I'm committed to truth, and that's always moving stuff like that. So I'm committed with truth, and that's I'm not consistent in the way that I'm gonna be in an absolute or in a fixed state.
Yeah.
So that's the thing that I like what you talked about. So that's so true, and the Messiah stuff and Jesus, or that's all outside of us thinking. That separation consciousness. The Messiah is in us. It's whatever it is. Even all the traits and all the stuff that's all man-made. All the traits you can say, and it's only us, and we have to just acknowledge that it's in us. Because if we can think of it outside of ourselves, it's only that because we recognize inside ourselves. Otherwise, we cannot keep bragging on about it for years and stuff like that. So that's the thing, and but you really have to experience it yourself, and you can show that to other people, and then you can maybe get it across. So we have to, the unity. That's it. That's what I miss. Where we, instead of going, okay, that's not a part of the video. It's still not out there. But it's like, instead of the thing I write is the only time or moment we will ever be able to see a ship disappearing in the ocean, bottom first and top last, will be when it's sinking. No other way. And if there's such a thing called Illuminati or the powers that shouldn't be, we should admire that, because even as small as their amount or numbers might be, they are united as one. And we should be united. That's the thing. And that's what the unity is what I miss in the so-called flat earthment to this point.
Mm-hmm.
And
there's division.
Yeah, there's division that gatekeepers that try to control. It's the same thing that started the ball earth is now going to the fixedness of the flat earth.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's a psy-up in place. I can see it so much.
It's so clear.
So clear. No.
I think when people, going back to truth, when someone says, I have the truth, I hold the truth, oh, he's back.
He's back.
I was not thinking, I don't know when I cut off, but I just kept going. So then I finally stopped.
I was loving what you were saying.
Where's everyone doing? I'm like, damn. Hey, it's all good. It's all good.
Okay, when I'm gone, I'm because I'm drinking a lot, so I have to go to the toilet a lot. But I hear everything, huh? So.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. So I don't know when I cut off, but I was basically just saying that we need to look at ourselves and say, hey, we have the power to change ourselves, and we can put a good vibe out there. And I know this for a fact. Like, I was getting to so many arguments on Facebook, and it was my ego, it was my hatred, and I was receiving that. And so once I stopped doing that and I started projecting understanding, love, things like that, I have no problem on Facebook. Like, literally, I have no problem. Even when someone brings their negativity, I can just transmute it.
Yes.
I can do that, and so that's the problem. I don't have to blame anyone for anything, right? Like, I'm not there, but don't get me twisted. Like, if, the powers that be come and create martial law and say, hey, you come into the slave camp, I'm not going. They'll have to drag me there, but I won't be violent towards them. I'm going to Gandhi route, right? I'll stay my ground. They'll have to really take me there. And so that's where I'm at, because we cannot go with this system. We have to make us stand. And my thing is, I need to try to be self-sustainable. So as much as I can, learn how to hunt, learn how to fish, find a way to go solar, or get my own little place where I don't have to depend on.
Yeah, because at one point
I depend on other people who are conscious. And so that's my goal is just to say, hey, you know what, let's stop waiting for them to change anything. Let's just change ourselves. Let's just get together and say, hey, we're smart enough. If we could figure out NASA's land, we're smart. We're capable of doing a lot of things.
We are capable. There's way more of us than there are of them. I mean, I don't even want to get to the point of prison camps.
We just have to get united, and we have to drop the ego. I mean, I think it's just that self-identity, what's in it for me concept. If we just that, because the powers that be, I mean, they all are united. Like, whether you want to call them Illuminati, most of them are working together. That's how they're able to, you know, keep
I
this.
was saying that.
He's back.
So, you know, we gotta learn from my enemy, supposed enemy. They're not my enemy, but I'm just saying the other side, the side that, you know, like there is a duality in everything. So they're on that side of low vibration, and we want to get to the high vibration side. So we can learn from them, like in terms of tactics, because they're basically using like our consent to control us. If they didn't have our consent, if we start thinking for ourselves, there would be anarchy. But they indoctrinate you from school, obedience, you know, conformity. You get good grades for that, and that's how they get people. Like, you know, if you get a good grade, they're feeding your ego. Like, school should not have grades. Once you have grading system, you have the kids that are smart. You know, what are we doing? Everyone, we have to encourage everybody. And once you put a number to something, you're psychologically fucking them up.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's what it is. So everything has to change, like the whole system, and we have to change it. So my answer to you guys were talking about, because both you have children, I don't have children, but is homeschooling, right? As much as you can homeschool them, because the real education is happening at home. When they go to school, it's just a social experience, and that's why I say we shouldn't pull them out, right? Because it's a social experience, right? Unless you have for brothers or sisters where they can hang out, like children need that. They need to be social, right? Learn social skills.
Mm-hmm.
But you always weaponize them with the truth and just tell them, hey, wait a couple of years to tell your friends, because they're not ready yet.
It's a social experience, but
because you don't want to look like a freak and all that, right? Because some people are not ready. There's a time for everything, right? And so that's what I believe. But the time is now. On Facebook, I'm out there. I'm just saying, hey,
it's now.
You know, you can attack me, but I have the magic potion. Like, I'm so happy that you can't bring negativity to me, right? I used to, like, I'm so happy. Like, literally, no one affects me anymore. And I'm just like, I can talk so much shit because I know, like, when they come after me, I'll never take it personal.
Yep.
So I'm always have energy. I always have so much energy, and people are feeling this. And
big time.
Contagious.
Big time.
I'm encouraging people to do the same thing. Just speak your mind, and that's all. You know, speak your mind.
Just be yourself. I say just be yourself.
Keep it as bad. Fear, right? Our own insecurities, fear. No, you have to come out. Say what you have to say, right? You only got one life, and you know, I really believe we can create our own reality. If like all these books, like The Secret, Power of Now, it's coming together now. Like that's good thing to read it, but unless you experience it, that's a totally different thing. Like to experience this, to actually feel what he's saying, because he's telling you his experience. And I read that book maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago. My dad gave it to me, and just because of all these mental paradigms, you know, I need to look this way, all these fake things that were in my mind, it was hard for me to experience what the man was experiencing, Eckhart Tolle. But now, you know, the flat earth just said, hey, it gave me empowerment to say, wow, you know what? If I can challenge NASA and I have some proof, I can go to these big guys and challenge them. Man, you know, what else can you do, man? Maybe I can start reading Tesla stuff, and maybe I could do that. You know, I don't need to be a scientist. I don't need to have a PhD. See, all those things were holding me back because I was never a conformity person, and so the system always looked at me as, you know, the outcast, and always labeled me. And in school, like I would do good for like 2 semesters, and I just be like, oh, I'm done, man. Like,
Yeah.
I need a break. I can't, you know. I was really good, but I just couldn't stay there. I just couldn't stay. I was like, there's something not right here. Like, I'll give one example. So when this was Obama's election time, the first election. So I'm in the college, and so they have on the big screen Obama's one of his last speeches before he got elected. And literally everybody in the college was just standing there looking at him. Like he was like the Pied Piper. He had them hypnotized. And I'm walking around just looking like, I'm like, what the hell are these people doing? Like, they focus on this guy. Like, I was literally like, man, okay, maybe be like that. Maybe there's something wrong with me. Like, literally, I was like, I think there's something wrong with you, man. Like, why are you evil? Like, I really started questioning myself because I was just like, who's that, Obama? Like,
have you seen that movie 1984?
I heard about it.
Remember the scene where Winston's like in this big crowd of people and they're just all like focused on the president and the screen, and he's like not. That's what that reminds me of.
Yeah, and I think something really interesting about that book. See, I failed English 3 times, right? So in grade 12, like I just dropped out. That's why I failed. I just couldn't take the wife. And so finally, my parents moved to a different area. So I went to English school in a Jewish area, right? That's the area I was living. And so I had a teacher called Miss Science, and that was the book, one of the books that we were all studying. And she was planting the seed because she would ask, what is this a futuristic? Is this a fictional book, or what do you see? So some people were like, this is happening in Russia. Some people were like, this is happening in the Middle East. But now I finally put it together, and she was trying to tell us that you're living in this society right now. We are living in 1984. And so I really respect her. And I used to always notice, like, those older students who would just come interrupt the class, give her, like, a present and say, you know what, you changed my life. And maybe I need to go back to the school, and because no one does that for, like, a lot of the teachers. They're just happy to get the hell out of school. But, like, a lot of kept popping in, and I was like, you know what? I finally realized that she was planting seeds. And so 1984, I finally realized what that book is really about. Like, in the last maybe 2 years. And at the flat earth, I realized that everything is like, they tell you it's like up is down, left is right, like war, peace.
Double speak, they call it.
Like double speak. And I'm like, wow, thank God for the internet. If we didn't have the internet, we'd be fucked.
Imagine with
the best thing for our community. I'm gonna step out for just a second. I drink water too, so I'll be right back.
Imagine with no internet.
Too, so I'll be back too.
Okay, I'll be with Ivar. Me and Ivar usually have a lot to say. No, imagine with no internet. It's wow. I wouldn't want to.
We're gonna call Ali. We're gonna call in the freeze guy.
Yeah, he froze often. Did you see him freeze again before?
Yeah, nice. He's not Superman. He's not Spider-Man. He's not Ant-Man. He is Freeze Man.
Freeze Man.
He can freeze time. He can freeze our love, our consciousness.
No, that's great. Great talk we're having. I love it. Seriously, I love the vibes. It's great time. Great. I'm enjoying the moment so much. Like she said, the guy that was drinking tea, and I did a couple of videos on that to take time, you know. People these days don't even breathe properly. They don't even breathe properly. They don't even take time to breathe. Take time to eat your food in your mouth. They stuff it down their throat, their mouth, shove it down the throat, and bye-bye, I'm gone, I'm done with my meal. Like, savor each bite. Being aware, being present, being conscious is savoring every moment of your existence, whether it's eating a meal or drinking a tea or speaking to a friend or eating a cashew. Yeah, or eating.
You want some?
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, if I want some, hold on.
My evening snack.
Here, you just gave me some.
Nice. Good synchronicity.
Yeah, man. Oh, I always have cashew also. It's very, very good for the brain and that.
Yeah, it's great, man.
No, we've been for a while on. People gonna understand at one point.
Who is? Every time I hear that noise, the popping noise, is that you or is that?
Must be my chair on the floor.
Oh, I hear bloop.
Ah, that must be my chair on the floor.
No, it's an electronic sound.
No, okay, no, I don't know. It's not me.
It's an electronic sound like a pop-up. So I'm looking if it's me, but I cannot see. I don't have. It's like the sound you get when you got a notification from Facebook.
Alright. Maybe it's my phone. Could be my phone.
Or maybe it's Ellie. Do you
You guys want cashew?
Yeah,
Oh,
take
that's
it. Take it. Yeah.
Me and Ivar have cashew.
You just take it. It's my evening snack.
We're all connected. You could eat for me.
Okay, perfect. I will. I'll eat your dose.
Yeah, but I do have to say it, but I'm a little bit scared because Ali does things because I'm not gonna brag about it, but I'm a vegan, and he was talking about fishing and doing so. I got a little sick inside, but it's.
Yeah, I had to go get my cashew to go back to my normal state.
The whole vegan thing. My only thing is, do you guys know who? Well, I'm thinking about this thing called a paleo diet, and I'm like,
paleo.
Paleo on the equator, right? That belt, and if you live a little north, where you don't have fruits, vegetables, all that. So how are you gonna survive? You know, you're gonna fish, you're gonna do those things, and we see that in nature. I mean, there are carnivores, right? Mm-hmm. And I don't look at it like, I think people are taking it too personal. That life is, you know, like,
okay.
If we didn't have dominion over the earth the way we do with abstract thought, with able to, like, you know, domesticate animals, and if there was someone higher than us, right, a creature, you'd probably eat us if you wanted to. So I just see it as, you know, you have to be respectful, like, because you have to respect nature. So like a hunter would only hunt if he needed food, but he would have animals too. He would care for the animals too. And so it's like, I look at it that way. I don't look at it as you know, like, cruelty issue. I mean, I just think we're just changing energy. Like, we're just exchanging energy, and this whole thing about ego and too much emotion. I mean, you know, we all die at the end of the day. So, I mean, are we gonna label death as something bad now too? Is death bad?
No, I think it's the factory farming that's causing.
Yeah, exactly.
I totally agree. That's abuse, right?
Yeah.
I mean, but I think it's literally just hunting.
But
or,
me,
you know, if it depends, and I also believe like plants are conscious too. Like these tests are done where plants have emotions. Like there's this one study where they put a lighter. A guy has a plant, and the plant is connected to some type of device. I forgot what the device is called, but I can record like the vibration. You can pick up the signal.
Yeah.
And so the guy will bring a lighter with the intent to burn the leaf, and there's a certain signature pattern. And then when he has good thoughts for the plant, there's another signature pattern. Mm-hmm. So we identify that the plant is reacting to this intent. And then they did the experiment where they put the person with the lighter in another separate room, and they asked them at the same time to turn the lighter on with the intent of burning the plant, and it was recorded the same signature. And then they had the guy without the lighter, just the intent in his mind to harm the animal, and it was the same signature. So what I see is, if you look at a lot of these factory farming, if you see the videos, these guys, I call them mastos, they actually take pleasure in beating the animals, right? Actually so it's an intent thing. And so that vibration is unfortunately being, you know, I mean, if that chicken dies or is killed with that vibration, I mean, that's something that, you know, if you're conscious and you're really aware, like if you really eat KFC and you're really conscious and like aware, you feel that vibe. You wouldn't want to eat that food. Something's not, you know, it's not right, and so.
And also,
a lot of that type of food is
physiologically. You know, physiologically, our design. I don't see claws. I don't see fangs in my mouth, and I don't have claws. And it would be very, very hard for me, guys, to go in the wild and kill a bear with my bare hands. So I'm not designed to be a meat eater. I know that. I'm aware of that.
A lot of years we fell into this trap. Where we became these meat eaters. Because if you look back in history, we've always been doing this. Like, I don't know. Like, maybe there might be a mythos in the Hindu scriptures, maybe that we were living just off pure energy. We weren't eating anything, actually. We were just getting energy, and that's why you have these people, these veterinarians, right? Yeah. And they're real. Like, they've been checked out, everything. These people exist. They don't need. And so ultimately, I think that's where we go. Because if you're telling me plants don't have feelings, I'm like, no, like it's not about feelings though. It's about really just knowing that you can get your energy just from without disrupting a plant. Like the plant is growing, is beautiful, and the plant is just there, and you're just here. And so that's a way of not being dependent on anything. I think ultimately that's what our potential is, to just, and I really believe that. Like I tried that and everything for a month, and I'm telling you it works. Like if you just positive energy, if you're just vibing, you really don't need anything. It's just a habit that we program that we need to eat and this and that. So I'm really thinking there, because I have this guy, his name is Kirby. I don't know if you guys researched him. Kirby D. Nero, I can't pronounce his last name. But he's a Christian, like a New Age Christian pastor. And like he's been checked out. He has a lot of videos. He's a veterinarian. And he takes the Bible and he even says, like, I don't even care if Jesus existed. But he's like, what I'm getting from this story, I'm vibing with that story. Mm-hmm. And so you can literally take anything and turn it positive and just vibe with it. And that's what he's doing. And so now I understand his genius. It's not about him being Christian. It's about just because he knows people are used to this programming of Christianity, so he's using that as a platform, right? Ultimately, he's conscious. It doesn't matter whether it's Christian, Muslim. And so, you know, when you're dealing with people like that, the only way you understand them is if you really want to understand them. But if you want to say, no, he's Christian, or he's not reading the true word, like most Christians are like, he's basically Satan, he's Antichrist, he's taking God's kryptonite, and so, but it doesn't affect him. If you see him, he's always smiling, and he's always jumping around, and he doesn't eat any food. You should check him out. He doesn't eat anything.
There used to be people apparently on the earth feeding off of gold. They were
yes.
I read that often, feeding off of gold. They were living to up to 1,000 years, and there's other stuff.
I read that too.
You read that too, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, very interesting. Like feeding off of gold. You must be lighting. You must be shining big time. Imagine me feeding me gold. Feed me gold, baby. I'm gonna shine 10 times more.
One time I posted, I don't do that a lot, but I posted on, I gave a comment on one of Mr. Private videos. He was talking about the firmament or the dome or whatever, and he was talking about the gold and about the yellow submarine and stuff, the jet spots. But so I commented like, okay, the dome is gold, and the meteors we're seeing are like a way of melting the gold that's coming through our so-called atmosphere or whatever, and like maybe it's cold or the sun is heating enough or stuff like that. So, and that's why it's very valuable for us, because it's not from Earth, but it comes from the dome, whatever, and it comes down to Earth. It's been with that way like forever. So, and that's what you can find on the Earth, because it's coming from.
There has to be a dome. There has to be a dome. There has to be something on top. That's something I wonder all the time.
Yeah, because I'm not really into the Anunnaki and stuff like that. No. But they also talked about the gold, the way of their existence, or maybe it's because of the firmament or whatever. I don't know, but the fact is it's very rare. It's very valuable on Earth, and so it's probably not from Earth, as we know, because everything is one, I know, but in a separation way, it's from above. Because sometimes when I do see what they call planets, and it's Jupiter or whatever, and it has a yellowish color and stuff, and I don't believe any pictures they send me. That is all bullshit. And if it's supposed to come from an amateur telescope, I don't even buy that. So, because when I take pictures, I put a video on and I say, yeah, you have a cheap camera and it's out of focus. Yeah, but why are all the lights in the sky, the camera make the same adjustments? Because it's all the same objects, and it has something pointy, and it's crazy, and I can zoom like 54 times. But they say like, yeah, it's out of focus. But why does it get the pointy thing? I experienced a pointy thing with Jupiter when I was very young. I could experience with my own eyes. I saw it was different than the other lights because in my experience, in my vision, it was something pointy. I always described it like that. And now I have it on camera, and now I check out the other so-called stars, and they all, if you zoom in, even if they're small, the camera adjusts exactly the same way, the same thing, so you can conclude if it's out of focus or not. It's doing with everything the same, so it should be kind of the same. So I'm not a researcher. I'm only a spiritual, scientific guy.
Well, I think the whole flat Earth community needs to, stop worrying about the details. We don't know. We have no way right now of going to the edge and touching a dome or seeing more land, whatever it is. But the beautiful thing about the community is the creativity and the imagination that we're coming up with, and just the love that we're feeling from this experience, and the fact that we can use our critical thinking skills and think way outside the box. I mean, right there, that's golden. I mean, to be able to talk about what you just talked about, that's using your imagination and going beyond what we've been taught. And I think we need to really focus on how creative this experience is. And the creativity is the most important thing, because we are creative beings, and we do create our experience. So
creativity ultimately is just like the free expression of one's authentic self.
Yeah.
Free expression, and that's what I love. And people go, really going out there and reaching all the depths and the corners of their consciousness and stuff. Because that's where the creativity comes. So that's why I love looking at people, what they find out by researching, but especially the things when they just go out there, just say it, and because that's what we need. That's what we recognize. That's divine.
That's so childlike.
Yeah, that's
so beautiful.
God gave us the word. Let's use them. We have the word. We have the voice. Let's use them. That's my motto from now.
Yeah, John Farnham. You're the voice. Try and understand that. Make a noise and make it clear.
Exactly.
Yeah, I try to tell people who are like, well, if you're talking to those people who don't have Jesus, then they're of the wrong spirit. But their spirit is love. And I'm like, well, the spirit is love and compassion. So how is that of the wrong spirit? People pay attention to what people say more than feeling them, more than hearing the love, the compassion. That's where it's at. If I meet a person on the street who doesn't say one scripture and doesn't say the name of Jesus, but they're shining love, they're of the right spirit. That's the bottom line.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Love. We gotta show more love.
You can't define love in words, right? You have to experience it. Like, you can't, there's no way to say, a scripture can't tell you what love is. You have to feel it. And if you're going out there with negative emotions, how are you gonna, or judgment, how are you gonna experience love in its truest sense? Like, it's not possible. So I just feel like the books are a blessing, but they're a curse at the same time. It depends on how you use them.
Two-edged sword. It says right in the book, it's a two-edged sword.
It says it in the book.
It tells you that.
So, if you get too fundamental with it, it's gonna make you against someone else, right? Because this is the way to read it, and the only way, now you have created a division yourself. But if you say, hey, what, he reads it one way, I read it another way, as long as it empowers someone, it creates love, then we can say, okay, practically now we have that love, we read the book, it's all good, but now we need to go hunt, or we need to go build a house. So I need you to work in unity with me for this to be successful. And so that's what we don't have going on in the world, because we have like this fiat currency, and we have all this madness that is designed to create this unity. Like the system is not designed, it's designed to have recessions and all these things. Like historically, this is what's happening. So we have to wake up and say the system does not work. Right? The system is creating division, hatred, and all these things. Because just for example, Flint, Michigan, when they moved the other plant somewhere else, it destroyed the entire community. I mean, that's just one example that the system is not designed for people. It's designed for corporations and profit.
Oh yeah, for corporations.
we say, hey, let's create our own system where it's 100 people, 200 people. We're not really gonna really live in love, joy, community, unity. Because I know Facebook is a good start, the Hangouts are a good start, but to actually do it is to get everyone together, and everyone in your vicinity should be vibing at that frequency. And then guess what? We'll forget about the rest of the world. We won't even turn on CNN, nothing. We'll be in our little closed location. And ultimately, that's what I believe. I believe, like, I see the future where it's just small communities living together, self-sustained, and there's no real contact with the outside world, unless it's like through the internet or it's invited contact. We get to that spiritual level where we're not going, even if someone has a problem, we're not going there unless they call us. You understand? Like, this is what's happening in America. The whole concept is, terrorism will spread. We have to go in there, bring freedom there. So that's what the concept is. Libya has a problem, we jump in. It's not our fight, right? In the concept of a country, if America just stops meddling in other people's business, that's a good thing.
But they have to, because
that boogeyman is always going to come. That's why they need ISIS, the threat of ISIS, to just justify invading people. Where it's like, how can you achieve peace if you go in uninvited? Okay, if someone invites you, says, hey, please protect us, that's different. But these people are not calling America.
No.
And on the flip side, the brainwashed are, because on the flip side, in all these other countries, it's the same stupid Babylonian system. And so there's no right and wrong. It's just that, someone got to start and say, hey, we're not going, like Ron Paul was right. He's like, we need to fix our own house. Why are we bothering other people? Right? And so once, everyone has to do that. And so for me, I'm just like, if I do that and if I put that vibe out there, I'm going to attract people, and then we can work from there. And so I'm not really worried about changing the whole world. I just want to change myself, hopefully get a bunch of people together and say, hey, we could be the light, we could be like the lighthouse. And people could see that and say, hey, if they can do it, why can't we do it?
Exactly. That's
so that's where I want to go. I want to say, hey, whether it's even 10 people, 20 people, but ideally I like 200 people to form a little nice community. And with all the technology, all this, all the amazing tech that, I see this. I see all these people inventing this amazing technology, but they're still driving on these same roads. They still, get pulled over by the police and all these things. So if we can just get our own community, our own piece of land in like Ecuador or some country that the government is cool and just said, okay, we'll sell you this land, that's yours. We won't meddle in your affairs. Do whatever you want to do, right? Because they would understand we're conscious. We're trying to create this type of work, and maybe they'll even help us. And so that's where I'm at. I'm thinking, we can't wait for the government, because the government is not made to serve us. It's made to just keep the establishment going. And so it would have to come from us. You can't wait for Jesus or aliens.
We the people.
Yeah.
We need to stand up. We don't have time. The more of us that there are speaking out, the more other people will start speaking out.
Yeah.
The more that they start speaking out, the more the other people. I just had a thing posted on my Facebook today. My brother found about some 4 whistleblower, former military, and they're speaking out. If we can get the military going and teachers, those are the two people that can really change things.
Yeah.
Military, soldiers, and teachers.
Yeah.
If those people start speaking out, this world will change in an instant.
That's a good idea, actually. Maybe I should go locally and try to get some teachers on this show and say, hey, you know what?
Yeah.
Because we have to start local. That's what I believe. I really have to start where I can access those locations and just
here right now. That's local.
Everyone just picks up one concept for me and says, hey, you know what? I could do it simple too. My kid goes to school. I drop them off. I'll wait. I'll go into the school and just say, hey, you know what? I would just like to invite you on our show and give them a few samples and maybe they'll come on, because you know what? I think a lot of people are sick and tired of this. They just don't have courage to come out. They don't have that's all it is.
That's all it is. They don't, or maybe they don't know how to use the platform.
And once we bring them in, they're gonna feel the vibe, and honestly, I learned so much in the last 2 or 3 months. It's crazy. I learned so many things just off Facebook, just by associating with like minds. Like my whole everything changed. Like I learned a lot of things, and I'm still learning. So I know it's a win-win. If I invite someone out and say, hey, you know what, come out of the closet, and then just say, like, just release it to the public, you know, and then that's empowering, because once you do that, it's like, you know.
No, you feel like you have wings. Me, I have wings now. Forget about it. Me, I have a pair of wings welded in my back. I'm flying, baby. I'm gone. I'm flying high.
Yeah, and the thing is, if you see what's happening now is the children on the schools that are different are not confirming. They're like dreamy. They get the HDHD or whatever, and they get the treatment and the pills and the stuff and the drugs. But if they should take all these people, or these children that are special and worldwide, and they have all the answers because they are very special. They are cool. But that's the thing that we experience now in ourselves. That like childlike thing. And now we're not controllable anymore. So we have to use that part of us to make it happen.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Like, we can't obey a corrupt system. I mean, that's just the truth. I don't care how much fear they're trying to propagandize us, but that's what ISIS is about. They know the system is fallen, but they just need that boogeyman, right? Mm-hmm. ISIS, they've been arming these people. They actually created this whole thing, and it's so funny because every time I see them going out of their way to control us, I'm like, we're winning. If someone has to go out of their way, right, to try to like control you, that means we're waking up. Because ideally, they just want us to be on autopilot. They don't want any friction. They don't want to do all this, create all this. Ideally, they just like be a dumb slave and just be a dumb slave.
Oh yeah, they want to dumb us down.
They're going out of their way, if you notice, like, to shut all these movements down. And they can't do it violently anymore because we're too many. Like, they can't come after us. Now I'm on YouTube. They can't come after me. You know, they know, they're smart enough to know. They'll wake people up even more.
Yeah.
Right? If they start targeting us, so that's why we have to come out. Because the more we come out, their game is, their house of cards only stands if we remain ignorant.
Yeah.
If we just, all it takes is a few people to just point out that it is a house of cards, and it can explode. Like, it's, how do you say, like, it can go exponential. It can just start with a few, and then once we get enough, I guess you call it critical mass or that type of concept, like the 100 monkey effect.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I read about that. I just read about that not long ago. The monkey effect. Yeah.
100 monkey effect.
I don't know if it's true, but I know from my Facebook, I was really afraid of coming out. But the more I started speaking, right, the more love I started getting. I was getting a lot of like hate initially, but once I broke through that little barrier, like now it's just automatic. Now if anyone comments something, I don't even have to retaliate. Like there's people just automatically like keep people who come in with the wrong vibration, they have to leave because there's so much vibration there that they're just like, shit, you know what? I feel out of place here.
Exactly. They won't come. That's it.
Every time they say something, we're giving them material to read, especially about flat earth. People are like, show me equations, so we're giving it to them. We're giving them the proof, and I'm just like, I'm not arguing. Here it is. Have an open mind. They're like, oh, you accuse me of not having an open mind? I was like, I never said that. They just ask you to have an open mind. So they're trying to like make it about like ego because it's cognitive dissonance. They don't want to accept it because it hurts their whole paradigm. It's like people don't want their paradigm blown, and so. But I'm probing them on YouTube, on Facebook, and a lot of them are seeing that this is a community, and we're just trying to share ideas. I'm not trying to impose my beliefs on you. This is not a belief. This is something you can go out and test for yourself.
Yeah, it's
and if you find a different result, share it with us. Then maybe Earth is not flat. Maybe it's not, but you have to show me some evidence. I got thousands of videos on YouTube showing that the horizon is flat. You know, all these things are true. So. They're losing the spirit. They can't keep it down. I don't see any way. Like 9/11 is subjective. They pinned us against the Muslim. They created that division. They're like, but you know there really are terrorists out there. That whole thing. But with this is objective. There's no subjectivity here. There's no way they can really the only way they're messing with us is by making fake videos. That's what they're doing. They're actually making fake videos to like justify the growth and justify all these things. But the truth is, we can spot a fake. And so the whole question is, why can't an independent anyone go to the Antarctic and shoot? You can't. They might fool someone who's half awake, and they're doing that. But eventually, I think once we get, I think we need some celebrities on here too. If you notice, Damian Marley, right? Damian Marley and Nas. They have a song. I have the album, and there's one song called Patience, and the guy literally saying that, the Earth was flat, and if the Earth was flat, now it's round. If the shape changed again, everyone would start laugh. Like everyone would laugh. And this is like 2-3 years ago. And I'm wondering if this guy knows, because a lot of the stuff in his songs, he's alluding to all these concepts. He's like, everything is alive. And these are big artists, right? Damian Marley, the son of Bob Marley, is on this frequency. So maybe we need to like get him on somehow to start talking. If he endorses this, it's going to explode. And he already knows about these things. And I'm sure maybe he doesn't know about flat Earth. Maybe he didn't have the time to Google it.
Well, I have lots of friends in Jamaica, so we'll try to get him on.
That'd be great.
That's it. I'm not saying something he doesn't know. So I'm like, wow. And I was listening to the song yesterday, and I was like, whoa. You know what? People know about it. They're just now coming out. It's just now coming out.
Yeah, that's it. That's the one.
Yeah, distant relatives. That's it. You got it. You listen to any of those songs. It's all different, right? So it's amazing. I really look at it and say, no, that's why I'm coming out. I would never come out if I didn't think we could win. Like, to be honest. Like, after 9/11, I was just in that fear mode. And then I realized all these things, like Edward Snowden, this whole big brother concept of tapping the phone calls, all this, is they release that to the public so that they want us to be afraid. That's their fear. They think that we're watching you, so you don't do anything, right? So that's my concept. I don't think they have. The only thing they have is fear. They really don't have the capability to really shut us down. The internet can be shut down. They can't shut the internet down. So I always try to tell people, hey, you know what? They're trying to scare you. That's all they're trying to do.
Scare city.
You break out of that and you become fearless, then and just be positive. You have to be positive and be conscious too. You can't come with that negative vibe, because if you do that on the internet, they will shut you down and they will come after you. Like if you start talking about doing this or doing that, negative stuff, they will come after you, because that's the frequency you're putting out there.
Yeah, if you want to start
like this channel. I know we get angry sometimes. We show a little anger, like why don't the teachers wake up and that type of stuff. But that's about as far as we go. We're not here, talking about nonsense. So
we don't want to start a riot with that.
No.
Yeah. That's not the point. People think, we should do a riot. No, you're just playing their game when you do that.
That's the old paradigm.
Exactly.
They are prepared for that. That's the old paradigm.
Yeah, they're prepared for that.
But we're moving to
part of awakening too. The riot part is part of awakening too, but that's a low level of awakening. That's just an ego level. That I want, because you look at the Baltimore riots. Most of it was just people who wanted to break stuff. It wasn't anyone going there and saying, hey, let's come together and discuss how we're gonna change the world. It was like, no, let's just break some stuff, right? Because we're angry, and that's like a child acting up. That's what it was. But that was necessary, because, I was angry too at one point. I was angry, but obviously I expressed the anger differently. I was angry. I was just not talking to my friends. In myself, I was angry, but then I was able to take that anger and transmute it into love. And so that process has to happen. And so I would never go and say these people are doing something wrong. Like, no, they're angry. They're waking up. But eventually, there has to be enough conscious people coming out and relatable to these people to say, okay, now come over here and like really let's discuss the solution. Because I see a lot of new age people or the gurus, they're completely detached from reality. Like in terms of the way they speak, the way they present themselves, I'm like, dude, you know what? I can't relate to you. Like, it's not gonna relate to you. You have to be able to go there, sip a beer with him. So he, take a little sip, be like, yeah, cheers, okay. So let's talk about it. So why are you freestyling about this? Like, why are you freestyling about killing and all these things? why don't you freestyle about, your community? No, don't you love your friend? Like, no, don't you love all your friends here? No, but if you're sending that energy out, you're gonna receive it. And so I noticed that, and I'm doing that. Whatever I'm saying, I'm actually doing. And I've seen the result. Like, I've seen my friends, they love me. They always call me. Why? Because every time I'm not there, there's some type of conflict when they're hanging out.
Yeah.
When I'm there, there's no fucking conflict. There's none. I've had people like try to choke me in there, and then they just have to release their own. So I'm not doing that. I'm like, okay, I'm smiling. Like, literally, right? He's like, you're looking at my girl. I'm like,
oh, wow.
I'm looking at her, so what?
Yeah, what's the problem?
Literally, dude, come on, chill out.
You should be happy.
Yeah, you should be happy. But it's just, and then, the guy will come the next day and just apologize, say, I don't know what I was doing, because, like, everyone was just like, everyone saw what happened. I was just like, dude, like, what the fuck happened to you? But it was something like, he was just angry that I was so happy. Like, my wife was too much for him. He was just negative. Like, it's just, this type of stuff happens, So,
it was like,
there's some stories.
I had to think about something. It's like, I believe it's like 6 months ago or something, or more. And I was on Facebook, the Facebook I had before, that was with my so-called friends. Not yet. I know we're all one, but so I was going on with the flat earth. Just boom. I know that's not the way, but I was so happy. So I put it out there. So spontaneously. So only one person actually reacted. That was my niece. And she was all going all like, oh no, and that's not true. She was sending me, I was giving her proofs with the sun and the light, the angles of the light rays and stuff like that. And she gave me something else. Like, no, it's because of that. And then all of a sudden she was like, I don't know what path you're on now, or what path you're on. But, and you know what she actually did? And that's the way of their perception, is she used Eckhart Tolle against me.
Oh, wow.
Because at one point, Eckhart Tolle was talking about conspiracy stuff, and she used that little part against me, that I was a conspiracy theorist. So, and I haven't spoke with her since, but I just like, I felt in a way that it's not any use to continue trying to bring somebody up. But I just say I love you, and it's all love. And but I went away from my personal channel, and I just was like, okay, now I'm gonna be only in contact and with people that are open for this, and I see where it takes me from there. And now here I am. So.
I think people are having a hard time letting go of, when people ask me on Facebook about Flat Earth or in real life, they start giving me all the facts we've heard all our lives, and then the really smart ones know like the trigonometry and stuff that they learned about circular trigonometry, and it's like I have to tell them, you have to forget all of that in order to be able to be open to Flat Earth. You literally have to let go of everything you've ever learned. Forget all of the stuff you learned about the movement of the planets and the stars and the measurements, and just let all of that go. Be like a child, like you know nothing. And then you can be open for Flat Earth. And then the people who don't want to know about Flat Earth because it scares them, letting go of all that stuff. I think we hold on to images. We think we're what we are. We always think what our job is, or I might think of myself as a mother, or if I was married, I'm a wife. But, when I was in rehab, I got everything stripped from me, and I was scared to death. And at the very last month, they took my privileges away from me. And I was high like the fat cat in the place because I was like the senior peer, and I had all these privileges, and they took those away. And my ego was like, bam, and then I woke up in the morning and I had nothing. But I had a clear mind, and I was very vibrantly awake, and there was the sun shining in and a beautiful tree. And I was like, I'm still here. I didn't disappear. I didn't disappear because all that stuff got taken away. All that stuff I was holding on to got taken away. And what I found out is I'm vibrantly alive without any of that stuff. So if you're scared to let go of, I'm talking to people who might be listening, you know, if you're scared of letting go of, you know, your education because you spent money, you don't disappear. you become more yourself. And that's important to know, because I was scared of letting go of that stuff too, but I'm more vibrantly alive than ever because I'm not hanging on to all these concepts anymore.
All the stories.
Yeah.
That's it.
Nothing more than that. They're just stories. They're not true. It's not real.
It's
Jennifer?
not who you are.
Jennifer?
Not, well, maybe who, but not what you are.
Right, exactly.
So people keep focusing on who they are, and I really don't give a damn who people are. I mean, don't get me wrong, but I'm more interested in what they are, because that's what I am, that's what everybody is, and if we pay more attention to actually what we are, because that's what we are too much, you know, devolved from. So we have to remember, you know, to reconnect and be a member again of our true nature, and so in a way go back to our pre-identity and before the I came along and the ego, and the rest of it is history. We all know that, all the programs and all the stuff like that. So, but it's hard because I know that a lot of people want in a certain way the illusion. For instance, if you go to people who are standing in line to go to a show with magicians, and you say, I'm going to buy the ticket from you or give me and I'll show you the truth, they say, no, I want to see the illusion. So, yeah,
exactly.
that's
comfy.
Yeah, that's it. So, and it's not that you try to take their existence or their knowledge away that they paid for in college or whatever, but it's a part of them, you know, like taking the ball from a little child. It's their fantasy they created. It's the true compass or the true thing that you get when you are born, your true right, your birthright. And they know in the system exactly how to fill that up, and they do that with lies and with the system how they want it to be operated. So that part is filled in a certain way. And if you're gonna take that away, that's their fantasy, that's their thing they dream about, like the stars. And it's like it's even different or separate from the knowledge thing. It's really a thing that's stuck in there. It's their belief. It's their fantasy. Just let me keep that. I want to dream away with that. But if you take that away, then you are open, and that a part of you that really is want to explore and find out what is. Then if you know for yourself, if you let go of something and it's with your intention and it's for the good of everybody, expense of nobody, then you get not one thing back, you get a lot of things. You can't even count them. It's incredible. That's love, and that's just being. And so, but you only can experience that yourself. And so then again, you can probably, the best way is to show people that they can't deny it. You know, they're gonna want that if they see that in something or somebody else, like they're growing or shining. They're gonna get curious. Say, I want that too. I want that too. Yeah, that's
how it happened for me. That's exactly how it happened for me.
That's why. That's what I recognize in what you were just saying. So it's beautiful. It's a great gift that you are here.
Oh, I feel so honored to be here.
It's great.
I mean, I'm just, you have no idea. I get to use my voice for the first time, really. I hide behind my pen. I hide behind the keyboard.
I have your book on my computer now, but I'm trying to print it, to have it on paper. Do you think I can print it from Kindle?
I can send you the link to the free PDF, and that's what I'll do after this.
Okay, because I just bought that copy. During the
Oh,
time
you
you were chatting, I did the whole transaction with my credit card and
okay.
everything.
Well, I don't know if you can print the book. I've never tried that before.
Okay, but send me the PDF link. But anyway,
Okay.
I made my review before reading it, so.
Oh, oh, thank you. The more reviews, the more people will read it because
Exactly.
it'll pop up often.
But that's it. It's about sharing what we have inside each one of us, and I think those hangouts are a good way for us to express ourselves. I mean, maybe now we're gonna wrap it up like that because it's been like 4 hours and a half.
Wow.
For you guys.
Yeah.
Came in late.
I'm here from 7, but we can do it in a way, whatever way again.
Yeah, but I mean, we can do it again. Like, we're gonna have Jennifer again for sure. Jennifer's gonna be.
Oh, I'd love to be again.
Yeah, Jennifer's gonna be one of our regular guests for sure. There's gonna be people that's gonna come back for sure. Jennifer, you're in my gold book, so you're okay.
Yeah.
But you
Don't eat it. Don't eat the gold book.
No, you know what I mean.
I'm just kidding.
Now, Jennifer, you have to understand this in a way our first time as well. So it's
Yeah, exactly. It's literally
It's first time for everybody. It's first time for me. First time for everybody doing those hangouts. That's what's wonderful, and that's where I see that's where I see the synchronicity. It's all our first time, and we're just gonna. Now I'm gonna send that to Ivar, and Ivar is gonna do magic with the videos and try to, I don't know, put some fireworks in there or something.
We're the fireworks. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I know. But Ivar always get good ways to wrap up things like that, videos and stuff. That's his specialty.
Cool. So there'll be a link soon that I could give to my mom. And
Yeah, Ivar will be posting it, I guess. I don't know.
Jennifer.
We got a lot of ideas for the show too. Like we're trying to do a live stream with viewers can come on for maybe 5 minutes or 10 minutes and debate or say what they have to say, and it's gonna be an interactive whole concept where
nice.
You know, it's all about bringing people together and just saying, hey, if we're talking about oneness, we have to show the world that we can communicate, share ideas, have differences. But at the same time, we can just come real, like nothing scripted, and just regular people like me and you, right? Not people who, have that celebrity fame. Because once people have, they've reached a certain point where they have fans and all those things, then I've seen that they kind of reserve themselves, like they kind of take a step back and they're not approachable as much.
Exactly.
So what we want to do is just bring everyone here and say, hey, we are, stop looking at a certain individual for guidance. Like we have to like just share and just flow with it, because there's no one book, there's no one leader, guru, nothing. Like that concept needs to change. It has to be, and I've experienced this just by sharing, being open. I learned so much on Facebook, and I can't credit. I have to credit everybody because it just came from, I don't know where it came from. Maybe someone got it from there. So my whole concept is that we have to stop thinking in terms of me and I, and start thinking in terms of, I am and you are, and the fact that you're positive and I'm positive is creating a positive environment for me. Because we could be here with people who are bigots and haters, and we're not gonna last 5 hours. Our energy would be drained. You know that. If you're arguing with someone, your energy would be drained. I'm getting started, as I said. I just got so much energy because of the vibe we got.
Yes.
And then people feel this, right? They can feel this. They can change in their day-to-day life. They can, I got problems at home. Like I argue with my mom, dad, my brother. But this whole concept has been easing that process. And now, you know what? I just calm myself down and I deal with it the right way. And I stop judging people. And it's just changed my life. So I know that this whole thing is contagious, and we want to spread the contagion.
So that's just it, because the people go like, they get totally depleted because they think that the energy is theirs, but it's not. The energy is there. You tap into it and let it flow through you. But if you think it's finite, then you're gonna be depleted, and so it's gonna run out. But because I'm physically, I can be tired, whatever, but mentally it's going on 24/7. So. I got even more ideas now, but just save it up for later. I mean,
Yeah, no, we listen. It's not the last time. Yeah, it's not the last time we're gonna talk. So we gonna.
No. And you know, Jennifer just has you can send me the pillow that you dream on, and we'll be fine. Be fine. It's a song. It's the first flat earth flirt. Did you see my video, romance, flat earth romance?
I saw. I couldn't
know.
see too.
I'll look it up. I'll put it in my phone and look it up.
It was nice though, but it was a little lovey-dovey too much for me.
Yeah. Hey, look, I'm a romantic guy. I'm very in touch with my feelings.
I actually saw it. It was really nice. It just something just I need to be more open to that part of me. I'm just a little close. I'm just like, because I grew up watching these Bollywood movies where the song goes on for 15 minutes, and I'm like, okay, girls, you watched. I'm out. I'm going playing some soccer. I'll be back. Song ends. They're like 3-hour movies. So I'm totally aware of the whole romance thing. Because Bollywood movies, that's all it's about. They have like these 15-minute songs. The guy is chasing the girl around, and it's just like.
No, you have to be romantic for sure.
No, but the flat earth romance video was especially for or the women or the female side of everybody. And it's
I like that, the female side of everybody.
Feminine energy, that kind of stuff. The masculine, feminine, the yin yang.
Yeah, feminine. I mean, it's my English.
I need to let that stuff go. Like I can't be that.
So it was great, guys. We're gonna do that again, Jennifer. Pleasure to have you on, like big time.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we're gonna do.
Thank you for the oneness.
Yeah, thank you for the oneness. Thank you for being yourself, being you. That's more, be true to yourself. I say it all the time, but when I see people like you, it's really enhancing my spirit even more and driving me to do more stuff and bring people in the wave. And no, that's great vibes. I love it.
Likewise,
Yeah.
for sure. I'll
And-
send you that link as soon as we
Yeah.
get off.
And we keep in touch through Facebook or everywhere. You want to get in touch with me, it's MSN. I'm there for anybody. There's people every day texting me from Africa. I reply to every single person. I'm very present. That's what I love, to be present, because I'm very present online. So people connect a lot with me. So I get a lot of interaction through MSN and all that. And I get a lot of friends in Africa, Jamaica, all over the place. And that's what's great. That's what brought me here today on YouTube with you guys, sharing those vibes and trying to bring a new state of mind, a new fresh and new state of mind to the awareness of the Flat Earth community. I don't know if we can say it like that. I don't want to really put a tag on ourselves or anything like that, define us as anything, but we're trying to raise consciousness, and I think we're doing a great job. So big up, everybody.
Big up.
Big time. And we're going to do this again very next week. Next week we're on again, but we might put out more if we see that people get into the wave and start doing the same thing we do and get into it and want to get on the show. And we'll do it more than once a week. My mission is giving my life to people. So that's what we're going to do. And all of you guys are the same. We're all activists here. And an activist is not something that happens once a week. It's every day of the week. Like these guys that try to make the world worse than it is, don't take breaks. They don't take days off. So I ain't planning to take days off in there. So I'm not taking days off. I'm full force in it. I want to change the myself for sure. I gotta say that first. But I want to change the world. Yeah, I want to change the world for sure. The world is a mad place, and we have to speak out all together. And it's great. So Janik here from Saint Martin, Quebec. So you great big up, and that's it.
And for me it's like for you and for everybody that's watching. I thank you for who you are.
Yeah.
And I love you all, for there's no other way. Just no other way.
I love you all, but I love you more. So rise and shine. Shine your light bright. That's a part of me, you know, always very expressive. I don't keep nothing inside anymore. Finish with that. Finish with the mental slavery. We're free now. We're speaking out. So that's great. Great. So guys, I'm pressing the hang up button. Hang out button.
Love and blessings to everybody here.
Blessings. Blessed love and greetings.
Peace and love, and that's the only solution. That's the only solution. Peace, love, understanding.
Peace, love, and understanding the truth. Love.
Peace. People experiencing a conscious experience. Peace.
Existence.
So it was great, guys, and big up again. And we're gonna put that back very, very soon. We keep in touch all together. Anyway, we're always connected through our spiritual energy, if I can say it like that. Sometimes I might look a bit for the word. I'm French. You have to understand my first language is French. So, but I'm not so bad in English. I mean, I can get around very easy. I can get into any kind of conversation you bring me into, no problem.
Oh, and I don't want to forget, of course, Jennifer. I wish you all the love and
Yeah.
your mom. And
Thank you.
thank you for being here.
That's fair. You know, the good vibes are up for that.
Yeah.
That consciously do that, and so I'll do that, and I'm doing that. So the second I said I'm doing that, it's already there.
It's already there because it's never off.
It's instantaneous. It's just being aware of the situation, right? And then so that's another whole topic, like intent and non-intent. Like at a certain point, intent is not necessary because your intent is just always up, right?
Yeah.
It's like once you get your frequency going, it's like contagious. There's no on and off at that point.
I agree.
So discipline and intent mixed together, harmless by themselves, but when they're mixed together, they're like nitro and glycerine. So discipline and intent, that's my that's what I do every day. I discipline myself and I have intent. So nothing can stop me. Nothing can stop us. This thing's gonna hit the roof big time and big up.
Yeah, we come in with the heart, you know. We try to do something good, and then that's why I would say
do good.
If you do something good, the doors are just gonna open. Like we can't let negativity control us.
Exactly.
You know, we can project positivity. We have the power, right? And so it's happening. It's happening all over YouTube land, Facebook land. In real life, it's happening. So
yeah.
At the end of the day, we gotta point out like negativity, but we gotta like shine the light, as you say.
Shine the light.
Just say, you know what? I'm bringing my positivity, and no one can really deny positivity. Positivity is just so good. Like you can't deny it. You know, it's just beautiful. You know?
Positive vibration, rise and shine.
All right.
So guys.
Namaste, guys.
Namaste. That's true, eh? Namaste.
Namaste.
See ya. I'm out.
I'm out.